Oh, Kairuis! Oh man, even my connection's kind of bad right now. What is this? Twitch? Twitch? I don't think it's my internet. Ah! Echo! And Alex, thank you for the subs! Thank you! Welcome. Good, back here on Twitch. Your weak mind is good. What do you mean I'm weak? If my internet connection was bad, everyone would be feeling the effects. So it's not me. It shouldn't be me. That wouldn't make sense, I think. Hello, Harriet. Welcome, everyone. Happy Valentine's. The idea right now is I will keep streaming until it's Valentine's because I have maid duties tomorrow afternoon tonight, and I don't think I will be waking up early to stream after a Thursday night stream. So that is why the dragon is out of commission this Valentine's. I think this is the first like special occasion where I haven't done anything like special on the day. But hey, there's a first for everything. So this is the Valentine's stream. Happy Valentine. Yo, Valentine's. Right. Happy. Is that happy? Do you say happy Valentine's? Happy Valentine's, everyone. Tell us you got extra pay at least? No! It's not considered a public holiday, so you don't get extra pay on Valentine's. You just get guilt tripped by your co-workers because I went on holiday. They had to cover my days when I was in overseas, you know. Only social credit. Social credit? That makes sense, right? Just always all good happy Valentine's. Ow! Hey, I'm supposed to be judging today. Why are you judging me, Harriet? That's not fair. Uno reverse card. I don't know what your hobby is, but I'm gonna be super critical when it comes to your hobby now. Mark my words. Minus, what number is that? 10,000 social credit. No, plus 10,000. I can't wait for the League one. What do you mean? I love League of Legends. Alright, let me introduce the stream today. Welcome to the Rizziest Hobbies Valentine's tier list. Well, I guess even if it's not Valentine's, I guess this will be a VOD. Let me redo that. Welcome to the Rizziest Hobbies tier list, where I go through common-ish hobbies and I judge them because I am an anime girl on the internet, so I am the most credible and valid opinion. Yes, I have the opinion that everyone cares about. And you know this is correct because I probably have tried all of these hobbies because I have no self-control. That's what happens when you're a dragon, you live forever. Okay, not forever. Forever's a bit strong. When you live for a long time and you don't go outside, you try a lot of things in life. D is for dragon. So it's going to through S, A, B, and C and D tier. The categories itself that I prepared, it's going to be more like first impressions as a category itself, right? Like if I saw on someone's like profile, job interview. Wait, no, this is Valentine's theme. Dating profile. Dating profiles also like people's hobbies or something. If I saw this on someone's like dating profile, what type of reaction would that get, right? Anime is A, cartoons are C, and films are F. That's not true. I love all three equally. Anime, cartoons, and films, I love them equally. They're all my children. Anu, thank you for the primer. It's correct because it's your channel. Others can be correct on their own channels. No, I'm never wrong. I've never heard of a dragon being wrong. This is ancient knowledge. Yep. Gaming is always S tier. Ooh. But, well, so everything is gonna be broad category, but then I will also tell you my hot takes and my opinions about and break things down a little more. And we'll see if it like affects it a little bit. I think if we do get any raids, I will, because I'm a pushover, I will let people either choose a new hobby to add to the list, or they can defend one of their hobbies, because I'm nice. I care about people. Dragon knowledge beats all, exactly. Valentine's is my birthday, kinda hate it. Happy birthday! Gym, chess, investing in League of Legends, are they on the list? Yeah! Wait, here, Nick. Wait, I don't think I added chess. Oh, wait, no, they are. Wait, are you just looking at the pictures? I'm covering like half the pictures because it's just not on the screen, and my head is hard. My head is huge. But yeah, they're on the list. Wow. So this is basically just like, where I get this from? Google and social media, and then also stuff that if I had to think of a hobby that people do, that's what is on the list. Suddenly you're a pushover? A little bit. I'm easily convinced. No, okay. Easily seems a bit strong. I can be convinced. I mayhaps have the possibility of being convinced with reasonable arguments. I'm reasonable. Yeah. No self-respected person will list League as a hobby in a dating profile. I, for one, during my school introductions when you first joined a class, always said that I liked games. And then whenever someone asked what games I played, I would say League of Legends. More on that later. We'll do it in order. Okay, pay attention, Rubies. We're doing this in order. Okay, first hobby on the chopping block is art. I say as an artist. This is art, okay? This is a paintbrush and this is paint, right? And I include this as traditional and digital art. And more like painting and like creating stuff, right? Because I do have photography on the list, but it's like, I think it's separate. I think it involves different skill sets and commitments. And that's why it's different. Order in the call, you don't reveal your League addiction until you're already married? Sorry, my TikTok knowledge did not teach me that. So you just lie? When they see you play? When you know a little bit too much about Miss Fortune, you just say, oh, I wonder how I knew that. Artwork A tier, gotta be D tier, easily A. Okay, so for me, this artwork includes painting, right? People who like painting. But then also, this is hobbies, so it doesn't mean that they have to be good at them too. And I think the fact that someone puts time into art, either as a form of self-expression or just something fun to do, I appreciate it. I'm an art sweat. I sweat too much at art, so for me personally, if I met someone who was a sweat at art, it gets depressing. This is insider information. When all your friends are sweaties at art, it's depressing because you just sit together in a court and you draw. And someone complains and breaks the silence by going like, does everyone want to be productive? And then everyone else stops moving their hands and goes, maybe. And then you just end up gaming. That's what it truly is to be an artist. But in the non-weeb world, there's people who do like paint by numbers and stuff, and I think that's really, it involves a lot of patience and commitment, which I respect. And you get personalized gifts, which are really cute. Yeah, romantic as well. Which art hobbies I would say lean more towards. That's true. I like making gifts for people, so I think as representative that is pretty true. So in general, is there any downsides? Let me think. My first impression of artists, if they're a traditional artist, they probably collect a whole bunch of stuff though. They probably have art supplies everywhere. Which honestly, who cares? So this is S tier. S tier. S tier. I ain't fussy. I ain't fussy at all. Takes a very long time and is very pricey for traditional art. But it's not something you have to do in one sitting, right? If someone's painting something and they're in the zone, you have asked them to do something, they can pause. Compared to gaming, it's online. I can't pause. understand. I'm going to lose rank points. I'm going to de-rank. I'm sorry. Yeah. Art involves patience, commitment, and artistic flair is always appreciated, and that's why it's an S tier. As long as they're mindful, take up your own space with their hobby materials. But that's just being a normal human being. Like, there's very few hobbies where you don't, like, get stuff in general, right? It sounds like getting a least artist that you also get the dragging, because Lily constantly improving the same piece every time she runs into them. Like, wait, what? What do you mean? You know what? Base is romantic when they paint you. To paint you? People do that? What is this? Titanic? Paint me like one of your French girls? Is that the meme? Yeah. S tier, everyone agrees. S tier. There's no real negatives. I think the main thing of most creative hobbies is if you are serious about improving, you do have the times when you're in a slump and that's kind of frustrated. But as long as you have other hobbies or like you generally know how to touch grass, you don't let that become a big thing in your life. And if you need to know what that's like, you can go watch the anime Blue Period, because that's what that's about. How's high price and holding on negatives? No, that's the thing with art. There is a very low entry barrier as well. So we're talking in general. We're not talking about people who spend like $200 on like oil paints. I think oil paints are one of the most expensive like traditional art supplies. You can get a cheap drawing tablet for like $20, I think, and you can get coloring pencils for like $10. Low entry. Don't assume you have to be good at a hobby. You can do a hobby just because you enjoy it. Not everyone is like a sweat, I say. There's better hobbies? I don't think there's better hobbies. You get something out of it, so it's like you have a record of your improvement as well. So that's good as well, right? It doesn't involve a lot of investment. And it improves skills that you can use in other facets of your life. And that's why I believe it's an S tier. Also, you can make people gifts, and that's cute. That's cute. From the rizz perspective, you get cute gifts. You get cute gifts, and they're probably artistic and patient, at least a bit, right? Committed into improving. Yeah, but everyone is doing it and it overvalues a lot. The monetary worth doesn't mean it's less rizz. Because perspective is S plus because you draw every profile. Exactly. Even from a cringe Discord opinion, right? You ever meet someone and like they have like matching profile pictures? That's cringe. Until you realize that they drew it themselves for their friends, and then it's cool. Then it's cool, right? I always get those like random TikTok promoted ads where it's like someone commissions artists to draw like their significant other and themselves in like cards and Ghibli scenes and stuff, and I'm like, wow, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. I respect that. If they did it themselves, 10 out of 10. The thought! Art is the highest tier. It's the thought that matters, hobby. Also, Bob Ross. Okay, I wouldn't say Bob Ross is rizzy. I don't know about you, but I never look at Bob Ross and go, So you get a lift one day can give you the Godzilla and the figurine I made back then? Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about. It was very cool. What was it made out of, actually? I'm curious. Next hobby! Now that we really quickly pasted that in S tier, I am really trying to come up with, like, negatives, but I don't think there's any, like, real negatives to it. Even if there is sweat like, and you get frustrated, it's more like an internal thing. You can't affect anyone with getting frustrated at your own improvement at art. Stocks, I don't know. Google says stock trading is a big thing, and I don't know what stock trading is in theory. I watched The Wolf. Okay, I haven't watched The Wolf of Wall Street. I've watched movies mentioning Wall Street. And I know the stonks meme. So that's my knowledge of stock trading. Stock trading is a hobby. That's what I thought. I asked my friend to help me. And I asked her, and she said that, yeah, there's some people who just do it like casually, you know? And to me, I'm like, so it's kind of like gotcha, but with real money. Isn't that just actual gambling at that point then? But it's one of those things where you can get really into it, and then, like, people build like algorithms and stuff to try and track things, right? Or get better or understand it. I think I'm at the point where I know that there's a lot into it, but I can't, like, fathom it. And to me, it's not very impressive, right? Because if someone comes to me and talks to me about stocks, I'll just be like, oh, you profit? Okay, cool, good for you. Because of back to the age-old gambling instincts we all have, I don't know, I haven't really got it that much. It's a hobby for some people? Wait, what do you mean? Isn't it a really high risk or whatever? The main knowledge of stock trading is like, there's that one like TikToker, I think they're a streamer or whatever, YouTuber, who does like finance videos, but he just roasts people about their bad financial decisions, and I watch that so I know what not to do. Stock trading is, oh yeah, I'm gonna drop 10% of my income on some, that's letters and numbers, okay. You talk about day traders is the actual job, isn't it? Isn't stock trading the hobby word for it, and then day trading is if you make it like your full-time job, right? And then you work during like the times. Like, I respect it. I feel like even if it is a hobby, I've done alright. I actually have done like fake stock trading in Australia, or it might be an international competition. There's a competition that you can do where they give you fake money and you buy stocks, and it's just based on the real market, right? And it just simulates it. And everyone had to join the competition, so I did, but I didn't understand anything, so I was just going off vibes. And my friends who did understand started yelling at me because they were like, Lillian, if this was real, if your actual decisions had real consequences, you probably could have crashed the market at this point. So I don't understand it, but I'm sure it's a very serious thing. But since it is real money, if you have a really bad loss, I think it'll affect your whole entire week. Even if you don't want it to, right? That's of all gambling. I've seen people really depressed over losing their 50-50s in like Genshin. I feel like stock trading is like even gonna be worse than that. I am also very adverse to gachas as well, so there. I'm putting it there. Sorry. I live by the rules. I'm a safe person. Bye to the stonks. Oh no, you can see the bottom of the picture now. Whoa, let me make it bigger. Okay. Gambling addict? It's gambling, but because you're making money, then you could say it's investing, and investing just sounds better. People who stock trade have a certain vibe to it that's just offensive. Wow, we're really just roasting all finance bros at the moment. I'm sure there's a reason. I'm sure it's are the highs high enough that the lows are worth it. This just sounds like a self-help book. Am I a self-help book person now? Giving stock advice to idiots is a more reliable source of income when you're just starting. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You know what you should invest in? Yourself. Wow, I'm glad we all agree. Anyone here want to defend stock trading? It's actually on a lot of lists because I searched up popular hobbies, right? And stock trading is a very highly recommended one. I don't know why all the articles were like for 30-year-old people. Are 30-year-olds okay? Are there 30-year-olds who... A lot of 30-year-olds who are looking for hobbies don't do stock trading. I don't think that's the one to go for. As a hobby, no. As a hobby, no. Yeah. I think... Oh, I've heard one defense for this. I heard someone say before that they just do it for fun and they don't invest a lot of money in it. And it's just like spare change they have. But I feel like that's copium. At that point, what's the point then? There's so much more hobbies like you can get more out of it than just looking at numbers go up. Even gacha games, at least you get a PNG and you get a game to play. But that's just my opinion. Alright. What's their pickup line? Damn, girl, you've gained my interest. Would you allow me to invest in you? Oh, sure. Hope the stock market doesn't crash. Good luck with that. Alright, next! Chess! Okay, my opinion on chess that is very intellectual. And I've watched enough shows and knowledge about chess where I think it's cool. But to me, it's on par with... Most people that I meet is on par with Rubik's Cube. In my opinion, most of the people who I've met who are into chess only like have a few different like patterns and strategies that they know, and then they just do the whole thing. It's one of those things where if you just play against someone who barely knows how to play or just knows the general rules and hasn't gone into like the books and the history behind it, you could beat them really easily. But then it's like the whole like rated and grandmasters and stuff, and that's kind of crazy. I think if you go out and like compete against people, that's kind of cool. That's like a social activity. Anything that involves like socializing with real people, I respect as not antisocial, as an introverted dragon. I respect that a lot. But if you're just playing against a computer, it's a little different. Or if you're only competing against noobs, then that's a decision that you have made. High A tier? Okay. A tier is a bit much. Chess has a tendency to make people to go insane. B tier, after a certain point, it's too time-consuming to actually make progress, but it's a good party trick hobby. I think for most people, it's a party trick hobby. Too time-consuming to actually make progress, but that's part of a hobby. I don't mind putting that time in it, and it's a skill that is cool. One thing is, can you play casually? If you're like really good at chess and you're versing someone, I don't think there's an easy way for you to like play easy on them. Like, there's no nice way to play easy on someone. Cause then it's not fun for you anymore. I guess it's like one of those skills where once you get good and you're competing against people, you can't really do casual stuff. You can start off with less pieces or give them a winning position, but if they're not sweaties, then they wouldn't know like different possibilities anyway, right? To me, from what I've watched, it's very much like compared to like normal gaming, where you know the metas and you know like possibilities and you just have to like go through them quickly. Chess is similar, where you just have to remember all of the patterns and go through all the possibilities of what they could be trying to do. Because it's already confined, right? And that's the strategy behind it. You can easily play easy chess mode chess and still find it fun. I reckon I would say low B tier. A hobby? I don't know if it can be considered a hobby. How do you play chess enough that it's considered a hobby? I feel like it's more party trick level, unless you play competitively. Yeah. Chess is supposed to be S tier in theory, but for some reason a lot of the top guys go cuckoo. I've never met someone who's very into chess, I think. And so I don't have any opinions. No strong opinions. I used to stream 3 to 4 hours a day. That's... Oh, wait, we have someone... A chess defender. Okay, Andrew. Couple times a week. Do you play against a computer or do you play against real people? Is that like an online matchmaking system? There is probably, right? Said it's B tier? Oh, I guess it's just resounding B tier. Chess.com is online. Oh, okay. I mean, I guess it's just very similar to gaming, right? It's just gaming, except it doesn't have like toxic online community vibes. Does chess have a toxic online community? I think it has like more of a quiet vibe, right? So you're not gonna get flamed. Even in like chess tournaments, like, people just nod. Lillian has very old school views on chess. I barely know how to play chess. Every online community has toxic chess players. 1v1 me chess, bro. I'll smoke you. But isn't there like 7-year-old chess players? You be toxic around kids? As I said, every competitive game had that. Okay. Rizz-wise, if someone said their hobbies was chess, I'd be like, oh, that's cute. And I generally would assume that they like strategy stuff, which I respect. And I don't think I would think that they were toxic, but that I am now hearing maybe because I have old views on chess. And chess is actually a lot more toxic than I thought it would be. Rizz-wise is a low B. Yeah. I think if you asked me like a few years ago, it would have been C. But because it's been like popular chess, there's like a little... Chess has gained more popularity recently. Because I know that there's a big streaming community for it. And also there's been a lot of movies about chess recently. It's meant to actually play in real life. It's all online now. I see a lot of videos of people playing in real life. It's cute. Oh, you know what would make it an A tier though? I've seen videos of people like grandmasters or something playing against people in the park. You know how there's like old grandpas who like playing chess in the park? That's cute. That's cute. That's like on par with someone who sees a piano in public and goes, oh, you want me to play something? And then they play something that's actually good and not just like River Flows in You. Sorry, they're oddly specific. Have you guys ever been near a public piano and then it's just people playing River Flows in You like 6,000 times? Or Chopsticks 6,000 times? But yeah, if you play chess in a park, A tier, A tier. That's so cottagecore. That's so cute. Just like interacting with old people, that means that you can't be a bad person. You literally can't be a bad person. Because old people are scary. Play with your old folks. Yeah. There's two movies that I know. For me, I was watching Queen's Gambit recently. I could be a horrible person league player. The only thing I enjoy in chess is when people make something creative on the chess pieces. Like someone made a pawn that auto transform into a queen when it reaches the. Oh yeah, isn't there like multiverse chess and stuff? I don't understand that. That doesn't count. That's just like novelty chess. There are really cool chessboards though. It's a hobby that you can also collect, and I respect that as a dragon. Okay, next hobby. Everyone say thank you, chess, for being a B tier hobby. Reasonable, everyone agreed. Not even a hot take. Yes, from the chess player's perspective, the elderly people are really good at chess. They're truly scary. But it's like... I think that's with every hobby that involves a skill. The scariest people are like 7-year-olds and like grandpas. Because they're either prodigies or just really skilled. That's just life. That's just life unknown. Even get free candy? Love free candy. I love free candy. Thank you, BTHS. Okay, the next hobby is DJing, because I think that's a really big hobby as your representative SoundCloud rapper. I am familiar producing and DJing. I think DJing became a really big thing as a hobby over COVID. Because it was trending on social media and people were having like streams and stuff, right? And DJing streams, I think, is also a very big thing. I still don't really understand what DJs do. There's some cool transitions and stuff and cool remixes, I will say. But I think it's like 80. Okay, maybe not 80. Maybe like 90% vibes. It's for the extroverts. It's for the extroverts. I have a huge bias in music-related hobbies. But DJing's different. There's also... A lot of people think it's really easy, but you need to be able to like recognize like BPMs and stuff. There's fake DJs and there's real DJs. And I think the general community is kind of toxic. So a lot of DJ streamers on Twitch back then, DJ is a high rizz for some reason, even though it's extremely derivative to actual music making. You think it is? I think it's charismatic, right? Yeah. Rizz and charismatic, because they're extroverts. Extroverts have it easy with rizz. It's because introverts are easily fooled. I care about them when you care about their work. Are you a rapper? I'm a SoundCloud rapper. Let's go with that. Now, it's a running joke. I like rap music, but I don't really have any skills in it because I have a lisp and I get tongue-tied. What? So is it okay about the like? Yeah, I think Lynn tried to convince Peace that she raps during her audition. Yeah, when I did an audition, I did a song and then I also did a rap. No. I prepared a rap, but I don't think I ever did it. And so it's a running joke now. Mixtape release when? When? Who knows? How's it going? I'm going good, how are you? Currently we're ranking DJing as a hobby. Reasonably, because it's an extrovert, they have it easy. And it's like A to high B tier. So we'll round it up to A for now. I think if you just hear that someone's a DJ, it often means that they're well connected. And you assume that they have good music taste, right? Or they have a specific niche that they're dedicated to. Low A? Yeah. Low A. Low A. I'm intimidated by it. It's just too extroverted to me. I could never understand it. Okay, and there needs to be DJing anyway. I need to understand more about the hobby. But first impressions, it's like, wow, that's so cool. You must go to parties and stuff like that. That sounds fun. Don't make me come to one ever. Thank you very much. Just send me your playlist, thank you. TY. Yeah. Also music related is the next one, which is instruments, specifically piano and guitar, which I would say is S tier. Personally, I think guitar is a little cooler than piano because I can't play guitar. Actually did try and learn a lot of instruments, but guitar hurts my fingers. S tier, especially guitar, if they know how to play songs. Or if they know how to sight read, which is a completely different skill. That's really cool as well. Guitar King himself. S tier, kind of biased, but I respect it. I think no one can deny that musicians have rizz though. Think of all the music anime out there, all the bands. If someone's in a band, it's coolest. Oh, what do you guys think is the rizziest role in a band though? Because isn't it supposed to be the guitarist anyway? If guitars hurt your fingers, have you seen a hurdy-gurdy? What's a hurdy-gurdy? I switched. I was going to originally learn how to play guitar, but then that's why I switched to bass. The strings are harder, but like I think they're easier to get used to. Okay, you guys should have said that later. Now it feels like I baited you guys. I mean, I play the drums, so never had rizz day in my life. You say that, but the bass. One of the hard things about learning how to play bass is at the crux. When you first learn how to play a bass line, it doesn't sound cool to listen to, cause you're literally just playing like very basic notes, right? You don't hear a melody, and melody is what most people recognize in music. So if you hear someone learning or practicing bass, it just sounds like dum 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 dum, which is not cool. But I don't know why you guys think in a band the bass is the coolest. Solo bass is a lot different. Solo bass is different than like main bass. Yeah. It's like a guitar solo is really cool. You right. Yeah, I'm right. It's like playing violin with the keys. Like, I think if you're a really good bassist, you can tell. The rizz is immeasurable. But when you play melodic instruments like piano and guitar, it's a lot more easy to get to a level where it sounds impressive to most people. You can tell how empty a song sounds when a bass gets muted, but most people don't recognize that unless you have more experience in music. Yeah. I personally like guitar because I really like math rock. I've been really into math rock recently. Bassist hold the whole band. And percussion! Z tier for Valorant A. It's different. Yeah. Guitars in general. Guitar bassist. I'm saying if a girl plays La Campanella on the public piano, I'm folding like an omelette. Why that song specifically? I think it's cute. Yeah, instruments are cute. Instruments will always be an S tier. Everyone agrees with that. People never notice support instruments. Yeah, it's a rough life out there. The visuals look cooler, but drums isn't something that you can just like stop playing and it's impressive. Is there any way to be rizzy to show that you have rizz as a drummer? I guess drummers look cool once they start doing like tricks, but that's like magic tricks. You don't need to do tricks to become good at drumming, right? Drummer is more about the basic drum beat pattern, and then there's the beats, and then there's fills. I think most musicians, like people who aren't very don't pay attention to a lot to music won't recognize fills a lot, or it just kind of blends in and sounds cool, unless there's like drum solos, which aren't very cool. That's why so many like professional drummers learn like random tricks. Like there's just a whole category of tricks that just make drummers look cool, and that's like things like throwing the drumsticks in, which are very unnecessary, but it's compensating. It's compensating. So tell me, youngest thought is it S tier is? That's S tier is. I think at that point, because this song is so simple, you can tell that they didn't need to put that much effort in and they popped off. But most people can't tell when a drummer pops off, right? If you don't have rizz, none of these hobbies will save you. No, you get inherent rizz. You can get rizz from your hobbies. Drummers usually are better looking. I don't know why. It's because they normally don't have stage lights on them. Stage lights are really hot, guys. It gets really warm. That's why all the lead singers and guitarists always look so sweaty. It's because they have to move around a lot more, and the stage lights are warm. They're so warm. I think at a certain point, it gets like up to like 20, like 30, high 20 degrees Celsius. Is it painting? Yeah, art. Just like traditional art-ish. Oh, Blue Man Group. Just done from 21 Planet. Okay, moving on. S tier. Thank you for another S tier. Classic. The most classic hobbies. You know that like they're classic hobbies when there's animes about musical instruments and art. Alright, the next hobby. Less classic, but fortunately one of the most popular ones probably. I've met lots of people who say Valorant are their hobbies. Music is S? Of course! Z? Girls Band Cry. Girls Band Cry is so good. I love that Girls Band Cry. It's a red flag. Valor is a huge red flag. I agree. I have played Valorant. The only people, I've gotten roasted by kids on there. I think the only chill people I've met is, I think I played a game with some like dad guy, and he was like, he had his kid on his lap, and he was just like talking to the kids and giving them life advice, because I don't do voice chat in Valorant. So I was just there like, whoa, what is this life advice I'm hearing? If you date a Valorant player, you're turbo cooked. It's one of those things where you can't pause because it's an online game and the community is toxic. And the thing with FPS games is there is no chill mode. As a League of Legends player, I met a lot of people who play like ARAM only, right? I've never met anyone who plays Valorant that is like deathmatch only. Everyone who plays Valorant, maybe there are some casuals, but everyone I've met plays ranked. Because matchmaking on like non-ranked games is atrocious as is, so you might as well play ranked at that point. For FPS games. So which makes FPS games even more volatile as a hobby. So D tier. Kids give you life advice? No. This random dad was giving a bunch of kids on Valorant life advice. What is worse, League or Valor? I've heard the most diabolical and abysmal on both of those games. Valorant, I think it's very much an expectation in FPS games that you do voice chat and you do comms. So I think it's that much more toxic because of that. League is toxic, but you can easily mute things. And there's like also casual gamers. There's casual League players. Valorant's a bit more competitive. There are a lot of people like me on League of Legends who are just there because we're in too deep, okay? Okay? If other people risk go in-game, right? Yeah, but that's like... I don't know if this is a common thing, but you ever see like... I think it's a high school thing where all the people who are in a friend group just can continue dating each other even though they kind of grew up with each other and know that all their faults, but it's familiar. That's what I think about all the e-daters of Valorant. Like, as a third party, you guys are in denial. Really feel for the character designers in League of Legends. Yeah, I'm there for the lore. I don't know about you guys, but I'm there for the lore. Valorant does have killer music, though. I will admit. Apex was a better dating app in JP at least. I haven't played Valorant, so I don't have experience. The lore, not the hex tech chess. What? Hex tech chess? You mean the gacha system, Andrew? You mean the gacha system? Things that went downhill ever since they introduced mythic skins. Oh, so triggered. So triggered. Vanguard is the worst piece of software ever made. Didn't stop anyone. Actually, no, I know one person who quit the game because their Vanguard kept on messing up with programs on the computer, so they would open it separately whenever they needed to play the game, and at a certain point they were like, this isn't worth the effort. The tragic gacha phenomenon. I hate gacha. I might ironically in-game go and break into Riot. Riot, no hard feelings. Thank you. D-tier, thank you very much, Valorant. You fought hard for absolutely nothing. Could anything improve about your game? No, because you're an FPS game. And unfortunately, that sets you... You are doomed. You are doomed. At most, any FPS game, I would put low C tier. So, in the grand scheme of things, it's not bad. It's not bad. Would I think someone who plays Apex or Valorant is cooler? Those are the two main games, right? I think my opinion of... I like Apex people more. Because I think Apex players are more open to newbies. Because they know that there is a lot to learn and there's a lot of items. And it's very overwhelming when you first play. Valorant people expect you to know everything right off the bat. Yeah, Apex is a little more casual, I think, as well. Maybe the games are less strict, like a lot less, like a bit shorter as well. Apex people are usually older. Ah. Jinx is 500 US and you have the gacha for it. Rest in peace to all the Jinx fans out there. Lane's hate for gachas are redeeming quality offsetting past league addiction. Yeah, I've moved on. I have a Marvel Rivals addiction now. I don't play MOBAs anymore. I still would be down to watch... I still enjoy watching competitive League of Legends though. It's cool. It's cool. I've never really liked watching competitions because in my head, like... it's boring. But I will say League, the vibes of contests and esports is fun. Good ARAM? Even ARAM doesn't hit hard anymore. ARAM was fun, and then I think... once you get into like the MMR that everyone's at, or like... sweatier MMRs, it's really just gacha and seeing rerolls and team comp differences. Boss, when are you gonna hit gold so I can start playing it? For Marvels? I haven't been playing ranked as much recently. Solo queuing... Solo queuing is not it for ranked games. I'm not used to solo queuing. But eventually, the seasons split so often it's very hard to keep up to date. I'm trying to be a casual ranker, but it's a lot. It's a lot. They keep adding new stuff, which keeps the game fresh, but I don't play it that much. When you play ranked too much, ARM is super boring, and you gain nothing? Well, yeah, I mean, it's gaming. You gain fun, right? Aren't you having fun? Isn't that the whole point of games? Well, our friends it gets rated, yeah. League of Legends is a social game. It has been ever since I stopped playing ranked. It is social. It's for social reasons. Who plays League for fun? I did! That's why it's past tense. It's about the status. That's one thing. I think, I'll say this in gaming in general. For me, if someone, most of the time, people will say as their hobby that they enjoy gaming, and then they won't go into details, right? But there's different conversation flows from there that gets interesting. Because I too also say that I am into gaming, and I don't specify what game until someone else mentions it. Hi, Deadly! And when someone says that they're a gamer, you gotta figure out what type of gamer they are, right? As long as everyone recognizes they're like more casual, it's fine. The only people that really get on my nerves, right, are the people who backseat and aren't even at my rank. To me, if you consider yourself a sweat and you're not past gold, and that's a little embarrassing. I think one of the main reasons I never got past gold is because at higher ranks I wouldn't I would just get triggered a lot more. Bad backseating should be a crime. When I was in gold, the main thing that like annoyed me a lot with people is the ones that would start backseating and complaining. And you could tell that they're just regurgitating meta information and guides that they know. Because we're all in the same rank. Just because you watch educational YouTube videos doesn't mean you're better than me. Is it so wrong that I only watch, what's his name? Ross Broomsticks and comedic meta builds? Sorry, I like to have fun. No, ranked me and toxic, unforgivable. Shit it. Trash. Ross Boom Socks, third favorite Scotsman. Yeah. I wouldn't say I'm great at gaming. I just pick up skills enough a lot, and if I wanted to get better, I feel like it's one of those learning curves where like you get up to gold, I think, pretty easily, because it's basically average player levels. And then any further than that, it's more just being able to read and know all like the min-maxing, and then also having the skills to apply it, which honestly is just a lot of mental load, and I don't want to do that. But if you are above gold in rank and you do enjoy doing that, I think that is its own hobby, right? Being good at a video game at that point is a hobby. But if you like doing that and you're less than gold, then I think it's kind of like not a waste of time, but priorities. Maybe reassess your priorities. If you're not having fun, reassess your priorities in life. Yeah. That's my opinion. That's my hot take. The people that actually mentally lose in games but still enjoy them, yeah. And that's fine as long as you have fun. But if I see someone playing games and then not having fun, and they haven't gotten to like the sweaty parts of getting good at a game, then that's a different hobby. There's two sides. I split into two different things. Like the competitiveness where like you min-max everything, and then that's as a hobby in itself is learning more about the game, and then the casual players who just want to play the game for the game's sake. Does that make sense? But in general, toxic behavior, no good, no good. It does to me good! So that's my opinion about video games. I think also, I didn't realize that getting to gold was that hard. I think it's just time consuming, but I didn't think it was hard. Yep. Casual gamer for like... Discord? What? Am I not on streamer mode? Sorry. Did you guys hear that? Hold on. That was... I'm always on Do Not Disturb mode, so I just heard the Discord sound and it freaked me out. I haven't heard that in years. How dare you be casual? Casual, for fun. For fun. The voices! Okay, next hobby. As we leave Valorant in D tier. Casual little scuff. No, you guys wouldn't have heard that. I don't think I had added Discord into my sounds. Just see me panicking. Discord notifications! Notifications! Lily received hate DMs live on stream over her gaming opinions. It's just my management. Wait, that's it. I think a lot of people in my company are very serious rankers. I remember in my edition, Moon asked me if I played ranked games and I was any good at games, and I remember answering, I enjoy playing games and I think I have like above average skills in them, but I don't really play rank. The only games I played ranked in is like League, and I got up to gold and then I got bored and gave up. And he said that gold's pretty good, and I'm like, oh, okay, yay. Did I pass? Okay, the next one, if you guys don't know this picture, is My, aka Washing Machine, which is a arcade rhythm game. But I think I'll just include this category as overall rhythm games. So I'm gonna include Osu and Taiko, and then there's like some interesting ones in Japan, and Asia in general. There's like a piano one that's really cool. I think it's called Symphonischer. There's also one that's dancing. There's all the dancing ones as well. One thing about these is, at least in the West, at least in Australia, if you have this as a hobby, you're very dedicated. Like, every single time I go to the arcade, it's either like a full sweat who's getting like perfects and playing like hardest difficulty song, or beginners. I've never seen the in-between. I guess I am the in-between. But how quickly are people getting good? Because I haven't seen anyone at my level. Project Diva is confusing for me, but I enjoy it. Rhythm games, high B tier. And these are all included because rhythm gamers play every rhythm game. I've seen the queues, people queuing up to play My at the arcade. You know what they do when they're waiting for their turn? They play Project Sekai on their iPad. And I'm like, oh, I respect that on so many levels. And I've been playing rhythm games since Osu was a thing. And I also enjoyed Citus, Demo, and all that. Great range of rhythm games. And all of them have different music as well. You can tell a lot about people's music tastes by the game they play. My impression of Osu players is that they are all super tryhards. No! Okay, a lot of them are. But there's an art form to it. Because you also have like favorite maps. Because at least for Osu, you have favorite map makers. And there's different things you like. Runs and like particular patterns that you like. So it's very much, once you play for a while, it's like an artful. You're like, oh, this is a 73 star, 3 out of 5 stars. Very mid-quality map, stuff like that. If she plays with Valorant, plays with rhythm games, I shall not elaborate. Wait, they're not toxic. I don't think rhythm games are toxic. Because you're playing by yourself, and you're playing competitively against other people. But there's no teamwork involved. So who are you going to be toxic to? At this point, you're already toxic to yourself. The arcade people, they're spending like, what's it? In Australia, it costs like $3 for like 5 minutes of fun. Which is basically like nearly $1 a minute of fun, right? Just crazy investments. Rhythm game hobby is BT for me. I think as a hobby on a weekend, an arcade game is really sweet. I think going out, and there's community to it. Because you get to meet people. I don't know if they talk to each other, but you get to meet people, and you have friends that you go to. Because my you can play versing people, but their scores don't affect yours. Physical rhythm games are at least B, possible A. It's a fun group activity. And everyone's really supportive when you try and first learn how to play those games as well. It's funny, I get you. They're totally online throwing shade to anyone marginally better than them and then while degrading everyone less than them. I elaborated. We got Andrew to elaborate. Throwing shade to anyone marginally better? Oh, the competitive spirit. That's not bad. I would say it's... I think on par with chess then. Very much like a... You're just in your head a lot type of game. But there is a competitiveness to it. It's one of those things where... One of those hobbies where I think you can get into it really quickly, but then you can also get bored of it and leave the community really quickly as well. Call of Duty Lore is goated. Rizz-wise, I would respect it, but I think as a social activity with other people, I question it. Like if you met someone who doesn't play rhythm games and you go to an arcade, is this something that you can just like show off like, huh? Because personally when I go to an arcade with my like friends, I always have the rhythm games in the corner of my eye and I'm like, I kind of want to play it. I kind of want to play it. But then with my normie friends, we always end up going to the claw machines and it's like, okay, here we are. In the back of my mind, I could be playing rhythm games. There's also casual ones. Taiko is a lot more casual, I think. People can get sweaty at it, but I think it's one of those ones where it's quite easy to pick up. And the harder maps are kind of a bit intense. Now you have Dance Yourself in VR though, is probably better. Dance Yourself in VR? Oh yeah, the Beat Saber. I did play Beat Saber for a little bit. Yeah, one of those hobbies that it doesn't hurt anyone. And there's a sense of community. If people are doing it for the community, I fully respect that. I think that's really cool. I'm starting to realize maybe my basis of Rizz is if someone can talk to other people because I'm just introverted. How to resilient, be an extrovert. That's it. Too bad. I'm so introverted. I'll never talk to an extrovert. Wow, funny that, eh? Funny that. Ha 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 ha. Take notes. Don't take notes. Exposing myself here. Okay. Yo, extroverts, please stop me. That's how I make all my friends, to be fair. Shout out to all the extroverts in the VTuber community. You know who you are. Thank you. Alright, next hobby. This is, for those who don't know, is a One Piece figurine. And it represents figurine collecting. Holds up a sign of extroverts, please. Yeah. That Nico? I think it's Bella. Not sure. But figurine collecting. I think this is one of the hobbies where my first impression is bad, but if you talk about it, it could go up more. Oh boy, a lot to unpack there. First impressions is like, okay. I mean, that's interesting you chose that as your representative hobby to put, because collecting... I am also a collector, so I appreciate if someone else collects things, because then that means that we could, like... You have to listen to me yap about my collection if I listen to you yap about your collection. Right? It's like that sort of vibe. Don't judge me for my trinkets. But the figure collecting community is very interesting because there's a lot of people who don't watch the series and only collect for the aesthetic and like builds of it, and like particular enjoy particular companies and more like craftsmanship type of thing. What the art toy collecting community think they are, because I think that a lot of the pop marts and like art toys that do exist have nice designs, but it's not at the point where people start judging like the quality of the make, because a lot of times they're just like chippies and like not as detailed painted. Yes, a Miki's shine. My shine's not that big. If you build little garage kits, is highly respectable. That includes so many different like types of hobbies. Garage kits and cosplaying is one of those hobbies where it's 6,000 hobbies under the guise of one name. That's a lifestyle at that point. That's a lifestyle decision. Yeah. What type of collectors of figurines are there? There's the ones who are really into one series, right? And they just collect everything from that series. As long as you're responsible. As long as you're responsible and you don't collect the really weird looking ones. The sus ones. Is it more respectable than Stonks and Valorant? There's always the storage issue. I think it's by default a D, but there are very few things that could push it up to a low C, but I would put it as a D. The rich collectibles. There's nothing wrong collecting a cell phone, depends which one. If it's display. Mickey Shine sounds dangerous. I'm taking it to my, company garage. Hey, you gotta take it, that's mine. As long as you appreciate the art for it. They are very pretty figurines. I'd like it from an art perspective. Hello, Les. Do you have any hobbies that you would like to defend or add to the list? But yeah, if you ask someone what their hobby is the first time you meet them and they say figurines, then collecting figurines, then it's very much like oh, okay. But I think that's because I'm a casual figurine collector. I do enjoy this one girl on TikTok though. She always talks about her figurine collections and she's very into like the art, like she yaps a lot about like the builds in the company and like this translucent parts and compares them to other figurines, and it's very technical and I think that's really interesting. How? Collections are cool in general. Yeah. Low C. Should I just put it in C because there's nothing in C? We'll put it in C. Because I don't think it should be next to Valorant. Yeah. I got it. Alright! C sounds fair. But you're back to D if you collect pop vinyls, because I don't like pop vinyls. Is it enough to go down to D? I don't know, pop vinyls kind of scare me. And they're really bad for the environment. Ranking hobbies. By how much rizz you inherently get from having it. C for collecting. Exactly. Collecting things is cool in general. That's my opinion. Okay, anyway, cooking as a hobby. Hobby rizz. Cooking as a hobby, if someone says cooking as a hobby, isn't it an instant S? Yeah, right? Food? If someone's cooking... If they cook as a hobby, that means my hobby is eating. Cooking is W for wife. Hey! Anyone can cook. Functional skills as a hobby. Slay. Better than arts and music. Is there any negatives? As long as I think part of cooking, for those who don't know, you have to be able to clean as you go when you cook as well, and no food safety. Cause I've watched people cook and they don't clean up after themselves, and that's like D tier at that point. If you cook and you don't clean up after yourself, then what are you even doing? You don't even have to be good at cooking, to be fair. I just have low standards when it comes to food, I think. But food is food. The only thing that can possibly push it down is if you enjoy cooking and you're overly critical about other people's food. That's negative rizz. Because that would make me feel bad, because if I made something and I'm just enjoying it and eating it, and someone goes, or you start judging other people's cooking, basically just don't be obnoxious about it. Don't be obnoxious. That's a personality diff and not really a hobby diff, though. If someone does it for fun rather than necessity, they are likely very good at cooking. I mean, I feel like cooking's a great hobby to have, especially if you have, like, good taste buds. Because if you're going to do it anyway, you might as well have fun with it. Rate Lillian's Halloween meat brick. Leave my meat brick alone! It was functional. I'll gladly wash dishes for good cooking, unless they use, like, 5 pots for a single dish. Oh no, 5 pots is okay. Depends on... If they're making like a lot of like sauces and stuff, that's reasonable for cooking. I am happy to wash dishes. But ain't movies always judge your cooking stream, boss? Yeah, but that's different. I'm working with what I have. I wouldn't say I'm a good cook. And when I cook on stream, it's in my room using a weird assortment of supplies, so it's never really high quality. The legendary meat brick was such a great dish, it's still digesting in my tummy. You'll never be hungry. Alex, you'll never be hungry. Extreme DIY cooking. I would eat the meat brick as a hobby. Wow, you only need one hobby for the next like 200 years then. Alright, next! Thank you, cooking representatives. Oh, what's similar on a similar line? Baking. I have the hobby of baking. Baking is a lot more scientific, I think, though. So people who bake are a lot less casual than people who say that they like cooking. Because cooking has a lot of adaptability and on-the-fly, like tasting and refining stuff. Baking is very scientific. And normally it involves more basically trial and error a recipe until you have it perfect. So that's why cooking is more rizzy, has more rizz than baking. Another way to describe that is if you got rizzed by watching Ratatouille, that is cooking. If someone enjoys baking, fully expect them to pull out measuring supplies and like goggles and approach it like an experiment to go, okay, I need like 20 grams of this and 20 grams of this. Because that is what baking is like. They're very different hobbies. Very different. And a lot of people who like cooking don't like baking for those reasons and vice versa. That's why I like baking, because it's a science. And once you perfect all the measurements, it's a guaranteed success. Well, cooking is very much artistic. There's an artistic aspect to it. The redhead rizzle younger me. I know a lot of people got rizzed by, what's it, Remy? Food hobby is always S tier. I will say baking is probably A tier. Because it's still cute. It's still cute. I've never given anyone sweets or desserts and and had them said no thank you. Anyone can cook. Okay, the next hobby is mechanical keyboards. Mechanical keyboards is one of those hobbies where it involves a very expensive and detailed process in so much that most of the hobby is just researching. Similar to people who say that their hobby is building PCs, but building a PC is expensive. So most people who build PCs end up just building their own, plus maybe upgrading it every once in a while, and just end up helping all their friends. If you build PCs to the point where you can call it a hobby though, that means you got a lot of friends, which I respect, rizz. Mechanical keyboards are very similar, but I think a little less. You can collect a lot of different parts and swap them out, right? Because hot swappables are a thing. And I think that's fun in itself. I also really like listening to keyboard ASMR. So I think mechanical keyboards hella rizz. People also like building different ones, like, and it's like a kind of artsy combinations of it and then displaying it. So I think it also looks cool. C for clicky keyboard. I personally prefer forky ones more. I also like creamy switches a lot too. C is for creamy. I like to try keyboard customization, but mechanical keyboards are expensive. Mechanical keyboards is a super expensive hobby. It's very aesthetic. I think there's a very big elitism for it, because you do have a lot of like switches and like specific parts that are rare or hard to get, right? Like a few years ago, it was like the Holy Pandas, and then I know Tangerines had like a big thing. Every few years, there's like a really popular release. You can make a very cheap mechanical keyboard if you're just getting into it. But yeah, a very elitist kind of hobby, I think. You're seriously trying to justify it? A little snobby. It's a little snobby, but it's because there's like a high price point to get into the hobby, right? Yeah, it's very pretentious, which boils down to hoarding anyway. Do they hoard though? How many switches do people have? There's only so many keyboards you can build, in my opinion, right? It's a hobby for those with stable income. That's why it's a trifecta. The hobbies that people who like keyboards often are also into fountain pens, and they're also into like audio stuff. For some reason, that's a very common thing. Yeah. But a lot of people are interested in it, and very loosely. And a lot of people just like how it sounds. I've met a lot of people who have said that their hobby is mechanical keyboards, and so I asked them stuff, and I don't think they're very into the hobby. So, is it worth just... Does it have enough of a reputation like that? Put it B? I think B is a safe one. I like the steampunk looking one. They're cool. Huh? I don't have a fancy keyboard. I do not have the dedication or the funds to build a mechanical keyboard. M or R. It's Boomer car collector for millennials. Zoomers collect pens because they're even poorer. Oh, the call out. I think since there was the trend of like aesthetic setups, I think a lot of people buy mechanical keyboards. I think that's the hobby. But the mechanical like keyboard hobby iceberg is really deep, and the lower you go, the more pretentious it gets. So if someone just says that they like mechanical keyboards, I will also assume that they are very just into like aesthetic setups. Because there's a lot of people who are into the hobby but not very deep. Okay, I'm gonna put an 8 here. Similar to DJing, right? On the same level of DJing, there's a lot of people who like music and for that reason will say that they're interested in DJing. But then it gets a lot less cool as you figure out how deep in the hobby they are. Yeah. AC's a bit high, but you know best. Yeah. I respect people who are into aesthetic setups. People who respect aesthetics, I respect it. All these hobbies are communities that intimidate me. Just to go and meet better people. Yeah. I have a 1,751.45% bias for it. You can get into the hobby and be very chill about it. Like me. I like learning about it. I like listening to different keyboard stuff, but it's very chill. How toxic can people be? They're just buying stuff online, and then the most complicated part, unless you're doing like a very special like case, it's just moving the switches. It's not very skill dependent. It's literally just pay to win. It's a pay to win hobby. The only reason someone would be more respected is just because they have more cash to burn. And for me, that's not rizz. If they know what they're doing, then that's cool. I think that's just like a lot of different releases that it's really... I respect anyone who can keep up to date with it. There's so many different releases and group orders on all the time. Treat it as a guide to resilience specifically rather than general advice. Hey, I'm being a representative of girls across the world, specifically gamers, specifically probably the weeb, gamer, VTuber, female demographic, okay? Which is a large demographic. Yeah. It really depends on how much they enjoy their hobby at the end of the day. Yeah. I feel like mechanical keyboards is very much like a side hobby that people do though. Like I was saying, it's very money dependent, so it's not like every day after work you go and work on keyboards, right? At a certain point, it's just helping other people build keyboards. Getting other people interested in the hobby. Would you love me if I buy you a fancy brand mechanical keyboard that have a nice sound when you click it? I think it would be rizz if it was designed specifically for someone. For the aesthetic. My keyboard, I like my keyboard. It's just like a pre-built, like normal keyboard. It is a 60%, and I probably do need extra keys. Function keys, I didn't realize are very important. I really need the function keys, so I want to get at 80% at some point. But I just have like I bought some expensive keycaps and I tuck them on top. Has to be Mickey themed? I don't know. Maybe a fan design Mickey one. The official Mickey green is not my vibe. It's very tech. You know how like there's like gamer green? The official Mickey green is not very pretty to me. Doesn't match my aesthetic. Alright, next hobby. League of Legends! We know this was on the list. We knew it was going to happen. League of Legends as a hobby. If I asked someone, what if they played League of Legends, would I get rizzed? How much rizz would that? Because this is my list. Whenever I meet someone who plays League of Legends, I get large amounts of adrenaline. Because I go, me too! No way! We should play together again. But then it adjusts as you go through the questions that everyone asks when you meet someone who plays the same game as you. AKA, what position, like, what role do you play? And then you gotta watch how they react. How they react. Is a DTL list the person is a fellow League addict? True. So this way, but I think most people know of League, which is a good or bad thing. In my defense, League players streamer, most of them have family and everyone is treated equally in match. Huh? League is about divisiveness politics. I think people who hate on League of Legends do have other games that they're very highly invested in, right? It's more just the community and the vibes of League that are very... It's very no man's land. And as a League player, I know that. I know that. It's also a filter for me. But I have faith in humanity. So in first impressions, when someone says they play League, I am hopeful. I am hopeful. To me, I would say it's a B tier when someone says no, A tier when someone says they play League of Legends. And then if I say the champions I play and they, sometimes I'll just say I play support and I name a bunch of support champs I play, right? Which are normally Eagle champs. If they react funny, they just don't exist in my head anymore. Just deleted from my memory. You don't deserve to exist. What do you mean my choices aren't valid? Also, isn't it a great filter when you first play with someone? That's it. I was playing with this girl. And it was the most awkward thing because she invited her friend. It's the first time I ever met them, right? So it was just this girl, her friend, and then me. So I was just third wheeling their friendship, I guess, because they just play duos like bot lane. I was like, okay, I'll join. I'll just be mid, just minding my own business, I guess. And she was very toxic. It was the first time I've ever played with a toxic female player, and I was very scared. I was very scared. On the first meeting, I haven't even talked to her that much, so that was very jarring for me. That was never talk to them again. On the first meeting. The first meeting. You know what? I'll buy B tier is reasonable according to your explanation. Yeah. You wanna put me on a D tier, right? Just because I play League of Legends. It depends on the person. I just have Stockholm syndrome. Don't blame me. I'm a victim here. Hi, Fed. First experience probably awful, but you get through it with your friend together. Friendship bonding. I think, cause I can get sweaty at the game as well. But you have to vibe check someone when you play with them, right? You slowly show how sweaty you are. It's a slow process. Alright, we'll just put it into B tier for now. Totally biased, but let it be known that it's either B or not on the list at all because you've been deleted from my memory. That's the rizz. That's the rizz levels. I don't think you realize how big of a red flag it is to someone not playing League. Your auntie was slutty game and you already ramble about random League stuff like But I ramble about the most random stuff. It's not even League specific. Low 8, low 8. It's cause you guys also listen to my League rants. Like I rant about other really niche stuff as well. Alright, next! Lego! And Lego is really expensive as well. I think Legos are really expensive. But they also take a lot of patience to build. I've done a few DIY kits and it's not for me. I don't understand 3D space enough. I've hung out with people who like doing puzzles for their hobby, and I think that's cute. Lego seems a bit like a sweatier version of that. Legos became so expensive in recent years, but it's also cute because a lot of people who like Lego grew up with Lego, so there's a sense of nostalgia with it. I bought one for my sis, and that's the only time I bought one. I respect it. It takes a lot of skill. You get to have to follow instructions, and it's a lot of patience. It's a lot of time. Time investment. Sanity. Sanity invested in it. I think Legos are one of those things where you can at least pause it, and you do it over like several days, right? I like puzzles. Puzzles are a lot harder to pause because they don't come in little baggies. And a lot of people, when you do puzzles, you separate them into like sections, which are hard to store. What are downsides to Lego? Are there any downsides to Lego? Oh, there's another pro. There was the cute simple kits, right? Those the flower kits are really popular for Valentine's last year. I think those are cute. I saw one up close though. They just reuse a lot of parts, and that's really creative on Lego. They look cool from far. Pixel art. I'm trying to think of a negative. Anyone think of a negative? I think it's just because it's not my thing, but I respect it. It's expensive, you can step on it. I don't think people do Legos on the floor. I think most adults who do have a hobby of doing Lego have a table for it. They care about the hobby enough to have a table for it. It's expensive, but there are cheaper ones. Not all the kits are expensive, and there's a lot of like off-brand. I don't want to say off-brand because they're also still really good, but like there's other similar kits and stuff, Lego, that I've seen. There's really cute fantasy ones. I think the main thing is, unlike people who do puzzles, once you build something in Lego, you just leave it as a display, right? So very much it's a collecting type of hobby as well. So it's a one-time use type hobby. You know what would be awkward if like a random kid sees like you built Lego and wants to play with it and you have to explain to that, no, this ain't for kids. You know what? We'll put it as A tier. I've never seen anyone toxic. Or there's no like downsides to being into Lego. You can do custom stuff with Lego? Oh, what's in the Lego movie one? Hold up. What about the Lego movie, Dad? The Craggle. Does anyone remember the plot to the Lego movie? It was all about a dad who was really into building his diorama of Lego, and he wouldn't let his kids touch it because it was his thing. Which honestly, I respect the dad for that. And so he got annoyed that his kids kept on touching and playing with his Lego pieces. They started gluing down everything. And that kind of defeats the purpose of Lego, which is supposed to be encouraging creativity, right? The whole point of building blocks is you can rearrange stuff however you want. But that's still the difference between custom builds and the kits, because I feel like the kits give you everything you need, so most people who build them just keep them there, right? For display. I guess if you're like into the kits, and because they're expensive, most of the hobby would be living life until you can afford one of the kits, spending a bunch of time building the kit, and then saving up for the next kit. Isn't that just Gundam? Isn't that what happens when you're into the Gundam fandom? But the Gundam fandom, you have to like airbrush and paint, and it's very close to garage kit, so the build takes even longer, right? Do people who build Gundams have like artsy? Is it like follow a guide? Exactly? At least with Warhammer you can paint however you want, right? Huh. I haven't really seen people who say that they do Lego doing custom builds, I think is the main thing. I haven't seen a lot of custom builds. Lego sells out glue kits. No, really, you don't need to paint them, but it's another layer. Most of the plastic is already color accurate. Oh, Warhammer's another thing. Okay, you know what? I would put Gundam and Warhammer as A because there's a creativity. Because you're just following a guide. So maybe Lego isn't as impressive. At face value, looking at a completed Lego model would be impressive, but you can follow instructions, which is always cool. But there are other hobbies that are similar, which I feel have like that extra complexity to them. Gundam at least more affordable than Lego, yeah. Just get into garage kits at that point. I'm totally biased, but garage kits are awesome. Hey, Nyan Nyan! Some Lego sets go over the thousands. In theory, could you not just buy all the individual pieces? Is it like marked up prices because of popularity, or is it specifically because of the pieces? Because kits and how big and how many pieces it includes is directly correlated to the pricing of the kit, right? You're so biased, but it makes sense. Does it not make sense? Would you say if Gundam was on Gundam and Warhammer figurines and garage kits was in this list, that it would be at the same level as Lego? This is for the hobby. I am not interested in the monetary value of it. It's just a hobby. I don't think Lego releases enough kits for it to be like in between while you're saving up for the new kit. You're like into researching and learning about it. It's not a full-time hobby, you know. It's like whenever I have the time, I'll do a kit. There's no skills to improve. Gundam is lower than Lego because it's much more limited. People who like Gundam are also into like Gundam related media, which is another thing. There's no real Lego involved media. People who like Lego do not like the Lego video games. Those are completely different too, by the way. People like Gundam normally also like Gundam and Mecha. There's more to it. There's layers. I think also because I like complex stuff. So someone says like their hobby is something really simple, I'm like, wait, what does that mean? Especially if they only say one hobby. That's all you do? Yeah. That's why Stonks is so low. Because Stonks is very much like that's it. So, in your free time, you just stare at the stock market. And you just look at the numbers go up and down. There's no like emotional involvement. Correction, there's no healthy emotional involvement in the hobby, right? Which is very important to me as well. What makes something a hobby rizzy is how much emotional involvement and skills you can gain from it. And that it doesn't go into the negative. It's just down there because it's dumb to take as a hobby. Lego games are stupid. No, isn't the writing for the Lego games really good? I saw the Gundam because I like Sailor Moon and is the one that resembles her. I respect that. I had a cousin that went bald because of Stonks. Stonks is just very stressful. Aren't hobbies there to like slightly help you relax as well? If you're not relaxing, then that defeats what the purpose of all of the hobbies, right? Don't people recommend hobbies as a time to pass time, express yourself, and also relax? What is a hobby anymore? Something you enjoy doing and that provides self-care. Otherwise, if you get and you don't expect anything in return for doing it, I would say, right? You can get something in return, but you don't expect it when you start it. Otherwise, then it's a job, I think. If you start expecting something in return, then that's a job. That's why even if you do as a hobby, Stonks as a hobby, I feel like you do expect something in return, and that's not very chill. Not very a chill guy moment. Escapism? Sort of escapism, I think too, yeah. It makes serotonin. I'll make my partner a custom design Gundam. That would be cute. That's Rizz. But yeah. Lego, unless you're making custom builds, which I don't think most people do, and it's not a big part of the hobby. So that's why it's a B tier. Something you just invest time in, and it's like puzzle making where it's relaxing. So you enjoy it. I feel like people who are really into Lego don't like doing Legos with other people. So from a Rizz perspective, that's why it's a B tier. Is that me gaming? You bet it is. So I guess those are really acrylic stands and plays on the rise. Oh yeah. Valentine's Ryoshi's doing a restock, and one of those things that are being restocked are my acrylic stands. If you're interested, go check out Byoshi. I also have a acrylic charm that's being released. Has been released? Yeah. Thank you. Beekeeping is a hobby, isn't it a full-time job? Slow your horses! Slow your horses! Okay, we're gonna go in order. The next hobby is fishing! This is one of the hobbies like cooking, right? Where there's a skill involved and you also get a nice result. You have like a tangible item, aka the fish. I personally don't like eating fish that much. But I enjoy fishing actually. So that's why I'm slightly biased and it goes up higher. The only difference is there's different types of fishes. Cause when I go fishing with my friends, we just yap the whole time. But I remember going fishing with, you know, the uncles. And no one says anything. Everyone just sits there and quiet. Because I got told off when I was younger because I would scare the fish away or something. And I'm like, they're underwater. I don't even think they can hear us. We cast the line like 30 meters out. What do you mean? I say 30 meters. 30 meters, is that accurate? I don't know how long. I don't know measurements. Fishing is really chill, and then there's like really intense ones. You know who has the most epic rizz ever? That one guy from Monster Catches or whatever? I forget his name, but there's this one guy. And he had a TV show where each episode was him trying to catch a different fish. And the show stopped being produced because he caught all the known fish in the world. That's impeccable rizz right there. Like, this guy broke records. He caught a fish, and it was the second time it's ever been caught in history, and also the first time it's ever been caught and documented. And when I found out about that, I'm like, whoa, maybe fishing is really cool. River monsters, that was it. River monsters. But fishing is like you go out, but you don't touch grass. But there's intense fishing. There's like rock fishing where you go like where the waves are. And I'm pretty sure that a lot of people die from that because that's dangerous. That's like fishing on steroids. That's scary. I don't know if I respect that. Stay safe out there. But there's also a lot of preparation when it comes to fishing because a lot of people like are very into researching where different fishes are, optimal conditions. There's optimal like min-maxing for like line and hook weights and things. I think if paying attention to detail is something really cool and I respect it. If you're into a hobby enough, I think you should know about all the little details, and it's fun to like adjust things and trial and error, and that's part of the hobby, right? Hi Marcel. Touch seaweed. Seaweed is basically grass. Yeah. Mosquitoes say you're terrible for me because you're mostly staying in one place right near the water. But there's like sea. You can go fishing in the sea or a lake. Mosquito repellent. Yeah, I've never thought of mosquitoes as a problem. The great outdoors. You need to choose a place to catch specific types of fish. It's the best hobby to have next to the woods. And it's survival skills. I do respect survival skills. As a person who watched a lot of Man vs. Wild growing up. Day night, your tools, your bait, your rod. Have you had any water? Yes, I have. Anyway, fishing to me. In theory. Actually, I've never met someone who has ever told me that fishing is their hobby. High A tier. S tier? Is there a negative to it? This dangerous fishing? Fishing is live? Don't people who go fishing normally dedicate like large amounts of time to it as well though? And because you have to go to a location, it's not like casual, right? I feel like it's just a thing people do casually. You know, sometimes you have to travel. And so you have to dedicate like a whole day to it, right? It's a weekend hobby. But does that mean that if you're not interested, then for normal people who aren't interested in fishing, wouldn't that just be a very much a C tier? Because what did you expect if someone was into fishing and their partner was not, then you just go, bye, see you in like 2 days? Fishing trips, right? Have I read books about this? Going through my manga database right now. I don't think so. Also, I also have negative bias because one time someone crossed their line and didn't look behind them and I got hooked and it was not pleasant. It's a weird pickup line, but it was not very pleasant. Zatsudan, friendship bonding, family bonding? Yeah. I mean, it builds patience. I don't think rizz-wise it's at tier. I respect it, but rizz-wise, you guys gotta be for real. Compared to cooking and playing a musical instrument, I don't think it's S tier. It's high, but not S tier. Yeah, it's A. Most normal people have an 8 to 5 job anyway. Yeah, it's very much a weekend hobby. So you can say it's a good thing that you have to be dedicated and prepare a lot and then spend like several hours on a fishing trip. But then that also means that you need to be okay going off the grid for so and so long, right? So music down to A. Never! Playing an instrument. Bands. Can't take the bands away from me. I love bands. Bocce the rock all the way. Compromise was A+. A+. I respect it. Okay, next. Photography. Highly rizz. As someone who doesn't like taking pictures or being taken pictures of that very much, I still respect it. And so it's high tier. Also, I just can't take pictures, so the fact that anyone can do it. I think photography is also casual enough or serious enough that like it goes both ways, right? There's not that much of a price, starting price barrier to get into it, but it does get really expensive. Love to stay alone? Not really. I think it's more like they'll just wander around and you just gotta follow them, right? If they're looking for a location. I'm curious, is there any sports on the list? You need some exercise. What do you mean? I can. I don't know what hobby sports people do. I haven't done it in a while. But I could beat you in sports any day. I have the skills. Toy photography? Toy photography is cute. Called out my manager. You don't know my story. I don't need exercise. I get plenty of exercise. Fishing is a sport. Bouldering is there, I think, as well. I have a friend that loves doing photography in nature and he hates to have anyone with him. I think it's similar to bird watching. People whose hobby is bird watching, I don't think they want anyone with them as well. It's just them in nature and they're staring at birds. Because if someone makes a sound and distracts an animal, it's always something you blame someone else on. People who take photos, oh yeah, because if you blame yourself, you're just disappointed. But if someone else is at fault, you get frustrated at someone else, right? Especially if they're just following you along. Street photography is also a thing. Tourists going to places and locations is also cute. I think we're thinking too deeply about it, and most people just like taking photos in general and memories. Like food photography is a thing. It's just a good skill to have. And most people who are into photography like the artistic side of it and also just like memories. Which honestly is super cute. So A tier. Photography goes hard because if the guy can take good pictures, your ladies will never leave you. Oh yeah, the girls with the feeds. It's basically a one-on-one match. The Instagrammers. And the photography boyfriends. Good point. Cheat code, especially for Asians. Asians do love their Instagram. My mom used to take lots of really great flower photos. Oh, especially if like you combine hobbies, right? Photography is one of those things where you combine hobbies a lot. Because a lot of people like cooking, and so they also like food photography. Photography is one of those hobbies where you can either do it by itself or with other hobbies. So it just makes someone seem like a really well-rounded person. Equals rizz! Achieve by compositions using the grids. Oh yeah, the good old 1/3 rule. Yeah, you're just negatively biased. I agree with that, Trouble. So it is an A. Look at the bodybuilding. Bodybuilding? No, I don't think that's on the list. We're up to beekeeping! In my defense, there's a meme going around that's like talking about dads being at beekeeping age. And that's basically dad rizz. Beekeeping age is like supposed to be like a very popular older person hobby. And it was reflected because every single time I searched up lists, it was like all the lists that was like hobbies for like guys over 30. It was always beekeeping on there. Thank you, Google, for giving me that information. That's oddly specific, but alright. Beekeeping is a thing. Late stage rizz. Just reminds me of Jerry. Who's Jerry? Who? Beekeeping requires a lot of space. You have to be rich and you need to have you need a license to beekeep? Really? At least there's different types of bees. If you're keeping bees for honey, I think there's a safety thing. I am terrified of bees. So I have a negative impression of it. Think, how would I react if someone told me their hobby was beekeeping? Like, there's lots of... if you got isekai, you would do very well. It's considered farming. Ah. There are living animals that are very important to the environment. That's true. But also, if you don't look after bees well, they can leave and find and set up other hives. You literally cannot keep bees trapped. They can just leave if they do not like you. So if you're a successful beekeeper, then yes, you're very good at anticipating and look after a living thing, which is very cool. That's why people always add pets to the dating profiles, right? On the plus side, you also have unlimited supply of honey and wax. Let's say I'm volunteering at a bee farm. I wouldn't call it a hobby if they own it, unless they own it themselves, right? Yeah. So it's just people do own and keep bees as their own hobby. Yeah. Every once in a while I pass places and they sell like home honey. So I'm pretty sure there's people in my local area. It's similar to the people who like have pet chickens and they just sell the eggs as a hobby. And they have a little business and they just look after their little pet chickens. Beekeeping is cooler than having pet chickens. Cause chickens are stinky. If you keep poisonous fowls around, you can make poison honey too. Or if you keep certain plants around, you can have honey that makes people loopy, you know? How easy is beekeeping? It's very unique, so I don't know how to feel about it. It's higher than League of Legends just for its uniqueness. It's one of those things where it's something you have to do every day. And there's always more stuff you can do. I think it's a hobby that basically is if you have beekeeping as a hobby, it's like one of your only hobbies. It's rich in the sense that you probably have land and therefore rich. Harriet, you can't just judge everything based on how much money. But yeah, it does. I'm assuming it has a high money thing. Even if you don't get a license, technically you could just buy a queen bee. Can't you just take other people's bees and start a new hive, like introducing a new queen? Right? Similar to like baking sourdough, you just need a sourdough starter. You like jazz, Lillian? I do like jazz. You like jazz, Echo? Not a bee movie. Alright. Thank you. Beekeeping is a B tier rizz level hobby. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Everyone likes the bee movie. Never met anyone who does not like the bee movie. The next hobby. TCGs. It's the year of TCGs. They're really introducing a lot. Like online ones, the Pokemon TCG popping off recently. Popping off! Actually, in Australia, I think last week, a bunch of guys did a coordinated attack for a bunch of game stores and stole a lot of expensive Pokemon cards. And so, I don't remember what states in Australia it was, but the local community is keeping an eye out for these very rare cards, because if it pops up, then obviously it's stolen. Wait, so low, guys! So low! Really? I guess there is like a level of gacha to it, and I know I am a dedicated gacha hater. But you gotta look at it in a general vibe. There are the collectors who just want to care about the price and monetary value of their collections. And there's also TCG people who actually play the game, and just having an expensive card doesn't mean that it's a good card. A true pay to win hobby G for gacha? No! Just because they're expensive doesn't... Is it expensive because they're good cards? I thought it's just rare. Just because they're rare doesn't mean it's great, right? There's so many cards. How do you even keep up with the TCG at that point? Anyone that says they're rare foils, other such nonsense, is straight up red flag. I think opening card packs is fun. I like watching them open packs. People open packs. I think opening packs is a very different hobby than actually playing the game, right? How's it a red flag? Okay. If someone lets me open their packs and is okay with that, then that is rizz. If they want to open the packs and I just have to watch, that's boring. You know what's cute? When someone asks me to open their packs because they're like, you have better luck than me. That's cute. Because now it's like a friendship exercise. Okay, be responsible, at least. Would you date a guy who spends all their money on the cards? I don't think I'd date someone who spends all their money on one particular hobby. At least have several hobbies. That's insane. I see your point. Right. There's also different TCGs. There's levels of TCG. Because if someone is very into Pokemon and grew up with it, there's this sense of nostalgia, and I think that's super cute. If someone's really into Yu-Gi-Oh! And they don't have a weird obsession with any particular card. Like, I like Dark Magician Girl as much as the rest, but I have been informed about the internet's impression of Dark Magician Girl. I think she deserves better. Anyway, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like the cooler cousin. And I think that's because I was scared of Yu-Gi-Oh! When I was younger. I think it's very dark, but it's cool. If you like Digimon, I respect it. I hope you're doing okay. It's very nostalgic. I'm sad that they didn't make more content for it. But everyone who it's like the group of 10 nostalgic people go like, yeah, Digimon, digital monsters. If you like magic, are you okay? Like, I'm genuinely worried for you. Are you okay? Because unlike the other series, it's like a gate. There's a pipeline, right, of nostalgia and other content to consume. Magic doesn't have that. If you're into magic, you very much decided I'm going to get into a TCG. Chose magic and was not scared off by the fact that there's super expensive cards. Like Pokemon, you can survive without getting into the really expensive cards, but Magic, it's a big part of Magic. Magic the Gathering is Boomer, really? Magic the Gathering therapy sessions? Has anyone ever make sure you check up on your friends who are into Magic the Gathering? TCG helpline, for real. Yeah. But yeah. Plus rizz if you let me open your packs. I like opening packs. I think it's fun. As long as you're chill about it. I would never play the TCG game, so I don't really... But I respect people who like enter competitions and stuff. I think it's fun. Also, I really wanted to get into TCG, so I did play a few like online game versions of the game. Like I played Hearthstone a little bit. And I think it's fun. So from a gaming perspective, I recognize that it is strategy and can be fun. So that's why, as a game and as like a collecting hobby, I think it's B tier. It used to be cheap, I think, and its gameplay is actually fun. The TCG part ruins it though. But it's really cute because I've been watching videos of people going to like hot TCG fairs and stuff, and there's always people who like have been playing the game for a while and they like donating the cards that they don't want to like different stores, and they give them out to kids who are trying to get into it, and that's super cute. Oh, I also saw a bunch of TikToks about like people who play the actual game and they just collect strong cards, and they give their partner all the cute cards, and they have their own little binders with just like cute cards. That's so cute! I'm not very into the hobby, but there are a few cards that I really like the artwork for, and so I would collect just for the artwork. I'm worried and I'm scared to look into how much those particular cards cost. But I admit, it's super wholesome. It can be a super wholesome hobby. Lord B High C, agreed. B for Boomer! Wow, what is this Magic the Gathering hate? It's not my thing because I don't think any of the cards are very pretty. There's a lot of effort put into the artwork. Not my aesthetic. Not my aesthetic. Okay, I'll try to follow your logic. Don't you think it's cute? Don't you think it's cute? You open packs to someone. Oh, sorry. I would open the packs, and then I'd take all the cute cards, and then you can have all the strong ones and whatever you need to beat someone. I don't care about that. But the cute cards are mine. Give me all your Jigglypuffs. Maybe boss is a red flag. You're only now just noticing. That's crazy. Wholesome losing money, but yeah, but you're gaining skills and fun. You're investing into your fun. If you start thinking of a hobby as a way to make money, then I don't think it's considered a hobby anymore. As much. Every single time someone says like, this is an investment, it gives me throwbacks to like the Beanie Babies trend, where everyone's collecting Beanie Babies because they thought it would like make them money. Or the new version of that is pop vinyls. Didn't everyone think that pop vinyls were going to get really expensive and was like a business decision? Labubu? Labubu is very recent though. I don't know if it's like up to that level yet. It's okay, I can fix her. Them's fighting words. Them's fighting words. It's never an investment. Invest in yourself. Get some help. Let your hobbies remain hobbies. Not everything needs to be make you money. That's the capitalism talking. You're better than that. You're better than that. I have a friend who's into figure collecting for the profits. He wouldn't even open them from the boxes. Oh, yeah. I have conflicted feelings about that. Because I open things right away from the boxes. And I do get, like, there's some things that you want to keep in mint condition. Or comic books and stuff, right? And I guess you could just read them through different means. But for the sake of having... what do you guys think about people who collect things and keep them in the boxes? I think if it's just like a few things to complete their collection, it's fine. But if they keep everything in boxes, then I'm like... I don't know. I'm scared. I think at that point they would probably care about their collection more than anything else in their life. You know what would like shatter my entire world? If I like someone enough and then I accidentally like, I don't know, drop the box and then they would yell at me. Because I have trauma. When I was younger, I had a best friend, right? And she was the only child, so she was a little kooky. But she really liked her plushies, and she treated them like her friend, like her siblings. I don't even know, like her children. So one time I was like playing at her house, and then I sat on her bed, and I accidentally sat on her plushie, right? Like the leg of it, and then she pushed me off the bed and got worried about the plushie. And I was on the floor like, the audacity! What do you mean? Am I just a plastic bag to you? Worth less than a plushie? Oh, my pride! That's it! He sat on an imaginary friend. It was crazy. And so, yeah. That's... If I'm gonna be jealous of something, at least make an animate object. Thank you! I would rather not think of myself as crazy. Okay, next one! I have one doll that I treat like a real friend, but would you push your other friend, a real life person, off a bed for it? Okay, next one. Gardening! Oh wait, I saw there was a comment here that I... I'm telling you, Trouble, Lillian is a child we are trying to keep safe. Don't get tricked by the rare lapses of wisdom. Who you call like a child? I have centuries of knowledge up in this noggin. This noggin out here. Gardening is S tier? Honestly, my first impression, if someone ever told me that like their hobby is gardening, is that's super cute. I should stop describing people as cute. Cute is just a very versatile... Well, gardening's not cool, that's for sure. Peak wife husband material, along with cooking, agreed, S tier. And then what type of things do you grow? I guess. You don't know, what happens if they grow illegal substances? Sorry, that doesn't count. We're talking about in the general sense. I met someone who... Oh wait, that was a weird segue. Don't worry, this is PG. I met someone who was very into growing spices, and they really liked gardening chili, and they made their own chili powder, and they also had a legal chili plant. Well, I guess this isn't PG. I think it's only illegal in Australia. In other countries, it's fine, just because it's kind of spicy, and if it's airborne, it can kind of destroy your lungs. But yeah, I thought that was a really interesting hobby to have. The amazing gardens they make are also awesome. Oh, if they do what's the opposite of interior design? Gardenscaping? Exterior design? I think that's really cool. I personally am very bad at interior design and exterior gardenscaping. So I have a huge respect for people who do it. They have banned spices in Australia. What's the measurement for how spicy something is again? No, not Kelvins. There's a specific word for it. Yeah, you can't bring in specific levels, I think. I don't think ghost peppers are allowed here. Scoville, yeah. There's a limit on Scoville. Because once you get above a certain level, and it's just the pure plants, you can create dangerous stuff with it. Because, it'll burn your lungs if it comes airborne. Stuff like that. Yeah. And in Australia, pepper spray and any stuff like that is very illegal to have on you. Landscaping is cool. Exception! I don't like lawns. Isn't that a very middle-aged hobby? Looking after your lawn? It's a very American thing. This is my impression of America. People are very obsessed with having a very green lawn. That's perfect. But that's what's it called? Monobiomes? Or whatever? And very bad for the environment. And it's very water expensive. And just generally not very good. So I'm not a big fan of lawn people. Even for self-defense? A lot of self-defense things are illegal. Yeah, you can only use a whistle. Self-defense is unironically illegal in Australia. It's because if you use self-defense things, you can use them for offense as well. And in Australia, as long as you don't need anything, you can. If no one has everything, what's the Incredibles? If everyone's super, then no one is. That's scary. You always carry pepper spray on me, though. I think just don't find in Australia. Most girls just don't keep themselves out of dangerous situations, and they're just careful, and it's fine. Crazy Bulldog was not banned in Australia, true. It's also highly recommended that you learn self-defense. I did self-defense. You could do a sport. It's Australia. Environment is already a weapon. Just tell criminals to not do crimes. Yeah, exactly. The act of self-defense isn't illegal, but to carry an object specifically for self-defense, yeah. Grabs a spider from under the table, get back. That would scare me if anyone grabs a spider. Because you probably die from it unless it's a huntsman. Honestly, if someone waves a huntsman in front of my face, I'd probably get more scared than if it was a redback. But you learn karate. Does that mean your hands are legal? No, you can fight people. Well, unless it's considered assault. No, if it's self-defense, you can do stuff. But just don't use any items that are designed and created with the purpose to harm another individual, because then it's very hard to describe that as self-defense in Australia. Since that is not allowed. Having the items is not allowed. I'm pretty sure there was an American who came here. Oh no, there was an Australian who got caught a while ago because she started making pepper spray at home. It was crazy. But yeah, I learned martial arts when I was younger, and there were also specific classes that only girls go to, and that was very... It teaches you the basic self-defense type ideas. General safety. If someone waves a hunter sweater on my face, I would have died of shock. Me too, probably. I'll just give up. Using a spider in self-defense will make for a funny court case. True. Guarding also means they're not likely not scared of bugs, which is good. That's true! You know the craziest thing? I know someone who's not scared of spiders, but is scared of caterpillars. I think that's wild. I think that's wild. Would you guys kill a bug for me? Would you guys kill a bug for me? I could do it myself, but it's still scary. Pepper spray isn't really even that effective? Probably scared of legs. No, you know, caterpillars up close are actually furry. I'm scared of unexpected furry stuff. They shouldn't look furry. Probably make it a pet, honestly. No, I'm not. How do I describe it? I don't like bugs. But I will deal with them. But it's the hardest decisions of my life. Whether to kill them, like by squashing them. Because that means I have to clean their body up. Because you squashed them. Or killing them with bug spray. Because that takes like at least a few minutes to seep in, right? So that means that they can fly or jump around. And that horrifies me. That itself horrifies me. Whenever I see a bug, most of my friends get scared. But for me, I'm like, oh, I don't know what to do. The decision. You can't even hurt mosquito till you have a net. No, whenever a mosquito comes, I turn into a Jedi. I have one of those electrocution fans, which I'm pretty sure aren't allowed in Australia either. Because mine's a bit of a high voltage. I'm pretty sure you could give yourself a nasty shock if you touch that. Don't ask where I got it. Yeah, whenever there's a mosquito or any flying insect, Jedi. Just don't squash them too much, then it's fine. A lot of adrenaline when I see a bug. I don't know if I can control my strength. What's it? One time I whacked something mid-air. It was like baseball and I couldn't find the remains for a while. Because it went across the other side of the room and then also like segregated and split mid-air. So it's just remnants. Fear does a lot to a person's muscles, okay? Okay, I'm not drinking coffee right now. I'm hydrating. Because I gotta go to bed. Because I gotta wake up properly so I can do maid duties. See, even you realize how silly those restrictions are? Yeah, but those restrictions aren't for me because I'm smart. It's for the people who don't have common sense, because common sense isn't common anymore. It's to protect the kiddos with no brain cells. What was that smart saying that was going around? Never contribute to malice to things that you can contribute to ignorance. I know better than to stick my hand into something that I know creates electricity. But there's people out there that don't know how electricity works. I talked to people and complained. What's it? Someone was complaining that they got sunburn, and I had to explain to them how the ozone layer works. Is this a natural selection? Yeah, but you can't say that when it's considered... It's to do with kids. Because we need kids. Have you seen human population pyramids? You humans aren't doing too well. There's some countries which are running very interesting ads out there. That's another rabbit hole I don't think we need to go down, but yeah. Gumba humans. Gumba. Wally. Natural selection means that there is... there needs to be people for there to be natural selection. When is natural selection no longer natural? It's just... random disappearances. Don't try to tan in Australia. Not a good idea in general, yeah. But also, people make mistakes, and you have to account for that. Are you saying that you've never had a dumb moment? People make mistakes. And I think one bad decision should not affect someone's entire life. Also, one thing is, if humans want to, they can learn from the mistakes. So that's why natural selection, at least for humans, discredits the fact that people can learn. Gumba humans! Gumba! I believe in you! That's why I bestow upon you my immense knowledge. If you're gonna be dumb, you're gonna be tough. Yeah, you go for the tank build, I respect that. Okay, I probably should have died a long ago according to natural selection. Happy Valentine's! Oh, happy Valentine's! A lot of people aren't dumb when it comes to survival. Some just get extra unlucky when things go wrong. Yeah. I mean, there's moments where I just purely am lucky and I contributed favorable results only to luck, which I say is a skill, but let's be for real here. Okay, anyway, how do we get to this? Gardening. What are we talking about? Gardening? There's lots of people who garden and do a lot of different gardening. I don't like specific green lawns, but other type of landscaping, and if you like farm food, it's really cute. People who also garden also are the type to like make their own pickles. I love pickles. S tier. Also, people who garden are the most patient. I remember when I was younger, I really wanted like a tree. And I thought trees are really good and aesthetic. And the person, my family member who said that they would grow one for me, said that it'll take 10 years at least to grow in fruit. And I was like, 10 years? No way. Now they have a fruit tree in their backyard. S-tier hobby, S-tier rizz. That's true. Gardening is hard as well. There's a lot to factor. People who are really into gardening have Excel sheets. I've seen them. When I was a kid, I wanted a queen of the night flower. Oh! Recently, there was Putrina. Australia had a, like, smelly flower. It's supposed to smell like a corpse. And it only blooms every, like, 20 years or something like that. And they named it Putrina. And lots of Australians are going to go see it, supposedly. And then they complained about the smell. It's not even a pretty flower. It's just more of the rarity of the event. And that was a big thing, so love to see that. We have that called the Rafflesia. Is that the flower it is? It only blooms over how many years? When they swap the sweat off their forehead with their shirt? You know what show you would like? There was an Australian reality show for a while. What's it? Father Wants a Wife. Back when there was only TV, no streaming services. Also play around dinner time, prime time TV, by the way, guys, in Australia. It's a bunch of like city girls who go on a dating show with a farmer. That's the vibe. That's the vibe, Alex. That was the vibe. The corpse sound. I mean, I guess. You know what? You know what I just thought? I was trying to think if I would find that cool or Rizzy. That was just sad. Kismika, hi! Hello, hello! Welcome, readers. Hello. Happy Valentine's! Speak read. Welcome, welcome. Hello everyone, my name is Lillian. I am Bleaked Up EN's Dragon Maid at your service. Currently we're ranking hobbies by what, to me, is the most rizzed. The most rizzed. We're currently talking about farming, and someone said that when someone wipes their sweat with their shirt, and that to them is rizz. And I was trying to picture it, and I say, I am not rizzed. Because I remember trying to wipe my sweat with my shirt, and it was very difficult. So I think if I ever saw someone do that, I'd just get jealous that they could do that appropriately. Now just explain the questionable choices. Not questionable. Intellectual on immense levels. You are just not in my realm of understanding. As a dragon, are you questioning my ancient wisdom? What is the most risk so far? Playing an instrument, cooking, and art, and gardening. You're super biased. Would you get risky? Do you guys think wiping sweat with your t-shirt? Is it just because you see belly? But it's belly! What's so cool about belly? I think hygienically, sleeve would be easier, right? Wouldn't you have to bend down a lot to be able to wipe your... what? Sweat? Bellies are cute, huh? Humans have weird standards. You know, I think wiping sweat with your sleeve would be cooler. Because then you would also be staring up into the distance, you know. Using your hands as a sun shield. Doesn't that sound really wistful? Isn't that very wistful and mysterious? I think that's cooler. Alright guys, you heard it from me. To be Rizz, you have to wipe your sweat with your sleeve and then stare wistfully into the distance. Okay? Try it this Valentine's. 100% guarantee. Or your money back. You need long sleeves for that? No. Not really. What about a handkerchief? Who carries handkerchiefs around? I mean, I do, but that's because... well, that's Asia. That's an Asia thing. You're making you help me change my curtains. My neck hurts when doing... Why does your neck hurt? Are you looking up too much? You don't need a maid. You need a step stool, John. You need a step stool. I have it all the time. You have handkerchiefs? I think this is an Asia thing. Break expectations. I'll wipe my sweat with my sock. With your sock. I don't know about that. That ain't it, Chief. That ain't it. The only roomy handkerchief. I think handkerchiefs are fine if you keep it in your pocket. You know what would be not smooth? I think a lot of people get icks from things that are specifically not smooth, right? It's someone is just sweating and then they fumble through their bag and then they pull out a pocket tissue packet and they struggle for a while to open it and then they wipe their sweat. That'd be intense. Because what? It's just sweat. That's a lot of effort. That's a lot of effort. The DD is very well done, thank you. I should have a handkerchief every day too, but I keep forgetting them. Handkerchief is only rizz if someone like spills something, I think. Need to say this was an awkward part of the conversation for Raiders to start it on. May you guys never sweat. I mean, sweating, who does that? Humans? As a League player, seeing it in C, I completely agree. I think it's reasonable. A lot of people who don't play League think it should be lower, but let's be reasonable here. Sounds like the person would carry band-aids though for themselves and other people. Yeah, I carry band-aids. I carry pocket tissues, band-aids, and a sewing kit. I know there's some people who carry like first aid kits, but I think that's a bit strong. That's a bit much. Carrying band-aids is base. Well, I think it's very common for girls, right? Because at least for shoes, band-aids are really useful if you're breaking in new shoes and it hurts. And people just like hurt themselves every once in a while. That's normal. That's very normal. Imagine not carrying a full suture kit. I don't even know. Can you even buy suture kits? I think commercially you can buy those like sticky tabs. The chemical sutures are very common because if you need full-on stitches, you have to go to a medical place for that because you have to clean the wound, otherwise it's gonna get infected. Medical knowledge. What if you need to do field surgery? Pull out my switchblade. Does my switchblade tricks. Nothing to it. I've read a book on this once. You can carry alcohol wipes. No. Alcohol wipes are a week. Pulls out a whole bottle of vodka. I think a 1,000-year-old dragon mage should be able to do field surgery. I could, but depending on how much what's the law called? The one that protects people who are trying to help, Good Samaritan? Let me first consult with my legal representation how much the Good Samaritan law protects. I've watched enough medical shows. I love how it's like a classic now in medical shows that at one point to prove that someone's a prodigy, they always have to do a on the field, what's it called again? When you have a puncture in your lung and then it leaks, a lot of times you have to create another air well to air a hole in the chest to release the pressure. That. I'll be specific, but that. Light the needle on fire to sterilize it and use the sewing thread to stitch. Temporary fix. Honestly, I feel like you would cause more scarring. If it's not that bad, normally you can just hold it close to pressure until they get proper medical assistance. Cause unless you have like good supplies and you don't plan on pouring just alcohol onto their wound, then I don't think that's a great way. That's first aid not recommended. Don't do field surgery unless you have no expectations of getting better quality care. Classical medical show things? Exactly, classical medical show things. Boss actually realized she's super weird today. I'm not weird! This is wealth of knowledge right here. You guys just bring up solutions and I just have to prove you wrong because you're wrong. That's it. Valorant is lower than D tier. Unfortunately, Hokukan, it only goes to D tier. So it sits next to Stonks. sits next to Stonks. New super glue is okay, Sean. Relax! Super glue is not medical safe. Yeah, super gluing it would probably be better. Stitching would leave really big holes. And it's not hygienic, and there's a lot of friction between the thread, which keeps fabric together, but I don't know how it'll react with skin. That's kind of crazy killer vibes right there, sewing skin. Let's move on. Hey, I do stonks, is that why I have no friends? Well, stonks is down that low because I feel like at that point, stonks, if you do stonks as a hobby, one, it's very risky. And the vibe I have is you want to do day trading, but you don't have the initial capital for it. Because you get all the negative impacts of it, right? And the emotional turmoil of it. But you also have to tell yourself that it's just a hobby. That's a lot of stress. For some, a hobby is supposed to be fun and relaxing and provide some sort of self-care. Also, it's very gacha-based or luck-based. And although I guess it's knowledge, but there's a lot of factors out of your control, so I don't know what skills you're building from that hobby. Hobby is about fun, exactly! And I have fun playing League of Legends, and that was my reasoning for putting it into C. Come at me! Come at me! Also, figurine collections is there because there's a lot of different types of figurine collectors. Everything is like, we discussed it as a general vibe, and then we went into specifics. But we're talking in the grand scheme of things, right? Wolverine's healing factor. Modern surgery progressed a lot. Yeah, that is true. As long as you don't lose too much blood, they can restore you from nothing. Alright, next hobby. This one is coffee. Because coffee is a very common hobby. I feel like I met a lot of girls who were really into tea. And not so much coffee. A lot of the baristas when I go get coffee are normally guys. So that's why I have the impression that coffee is very much a guy hobby to have. Also, maybe it's just me or my friends, but we like our drinks sugary. And people who are really into their coffee roast like to drink black coffee. And that's too serious. Hooker, it's okay. It's okay. There's a difference. There's a difference. Valorant has the FPS debuff. I love coffee, but I'd be drinking tea latte outside mostly because it'd be late hours. Let's see. I think one of the worst things about like working in like if you work in a very serious environment, like an office or something, and if they ever ask, it's always a trick. It's a trick question. If they ask you what drink you want, you have to get a coffee with only 1 sugar because 2 sugar means that you're a kid. And you definitely don't ask for a hot chocolate. Okay? It's a bait! You know how there's like, you're supposed to wear business clothes? That's the business answer for what would you like to drink at a cafe? No, if you order a cappuccino, it's okay. You can order a cappuccino, but you can only get 1 sugar or no sugar. I say this because my normal coffee order is cappuccino with 2 sugars. Or any other sugary frappe drink. May I ask you about iced caramel macchiato at the interview? Yeah, I think people judge you for that. Would they think I'm immature for my coffee order? Will this affect my results? Has the interview started already? civet poop coffee. I know about that. That's very highly unethical coffee. There is not much variation to coffee beans, isn't it? But herbal teas are Wild West. Oh, I actually know a lot about this topic. So generally, over 95% of all coffee beans are either Arabica or the other blends. I forget what the other one's called. What's it called? Arabica or... I was literally yapping about this last week. I'm blanking now. But there's two main coffee beans that make 95% of the coffee. And the others are really hard to find and source. But most of the roasting, like, the flavor comes out and people are, like, snobby about the roast. And there's different roasters. But everything's been, like, scientifically min-max. And it's less of an art form and more of a machine that you can set now. So it's really not as arty as it used to be anymore. Most of the variations now comes from, like, specific coffee bean places or locations in different countries. There's slight variations in flavor. Most of the people I know, both female and male, have a certain love for coffee in the morning when they get home. A lot of people appreciate the caffeine, or they do it as a habit. I don't know if it's like on par with having it as a hobby. Because when you have coffee as a hobby, I think normally that involves a lot more like knowledge into it and being able to taste different flavors. Like I've always compared it in my head to like, you know, the people who drink wine? And there's like the obnoxious vibe to it where it's like, fruity undertones. Pairs well with blah blah blah. Yeah. I enjoy caffeine as much as the next person. Latte art is still hot. Oh, that's a whole different thing. That's just a skill. Hot chocolate. Hot chocolate is the best in winter. I will take my hot chocolate. Yeah! Okay. That's my new goal, guys. Within the next 10 years, let us make hot chocolate a formal business drink. Will this be on the test? You bet! Better study up! If the passive aggressor will just ask for plain water, but then they'll think you're boring! If it's a creative job, you can't say that. The interview always starts when they call you back. I don't like it. They're in my head at that point. Takes too long to order coffee? Oh yeah, if you take too long, then are they gonna think you're indecisive? So traumatizing all your job interviews. I've had enough! I've had enough! Well, what's that? I treated my audition like a job interview, and that's why... Sorry, Blue Jump. The biggest bait and switch ever. Think Boss is remembering what we were talking about last time and she's right about this. My hobby is drinking water. You're very hydrated. You know? If you take that hobby seriously, that would be called swimming. One could say that if you were good at swimming, you wouldn't be drinking water, but no. If you're very serious about swimming, you drink a lot of water because you're going fast enough where like your mouth doesn't fully exit the pool when you're swimming. Legend has it that Ethiopian goats got energetic after eating coffee cherries, and that's how it was discovered. Interesting. Having coffee as a hobby is usually the people with the artisanal coffee beans from obscure places and $2,000 espresso machines. It's very much a trial and error until like they perfect their beans, and then they go try different blends. I think it's something I can't relate to because my taste buds are not refined enough. I am but a maid, I am not noble. I drink what I can. But I also think coffee is what thinks it's a little arty and is more obnoxious. Because at least wine has a lot more variables with it. Tea, there's a lot more variable bit. So I think coffee people are a little obnoxious. Mostly because coffee is more of a new developing thing. Coffee from like 20 years ago was mostly like espressos and stuff, and like had a different cooking process. And the whole roasting thing is more modern, with modern like roasting and making practices. Turns out decaf cafe still has caffeine. I feel betrayed. I don't know how decaf caffeine works. Office work is in the future. I'll take my hot chocolate dark. No sugar. No milk. You know what confused me before? Most chai lattes at cafes are normally from powders, and I always thought they come with sugar already. I ordered a chai latte at a cafe before, and they asked me if I wanted sugar with it, and I was like, huh? Oh, one time I went to a cafe, and I ordered a coffee frappe, right? And normally they are pretty sweet, so I always assumed frappes are always sweet. But this one had no sugar in it, and I was very confused because it was just like a blended icy coffee, and it was very bitter to me. And so the next time I went to a different cafe and I ordered a coffee frappe, I told them to add some sugar, and the guy looked at me like I was a weirdo and was like, "It's already pretty sweet." I'm sorry. Did I stutter? Yes, I did stutter actually. Please take away the sugar. My bad. Thank you for saving me. I am okay with being judged if that is gonna save my drink. Don't drink the pool water. If it's not stinky, then it's fine. Look, chlorine never hurt anyone. If you smell the chlorine, then that's a problem. Ask Red Bull if it's a tech bro Silicon Valley job. Do I look like I would be doing a tech bro Silicon Valley interview? Hi, Ari! Thank you, Lorraine! We'll go. You know, I'll go look after Cloudflare. Cloudflare. Is it Cloudflare, the server system that uses the lava lanterns for the true unpredictability and randomization of like server codes? For the added randomness, can I get high just to turn and rotate some of them lava lamps every once in a while, just for the lols? Just for the lols. Every once in a while, I'll just stand in front of the camera and block out half the code, and then so there'll just be a human shape of zeros. No one will ever predict that. Extra unpredictability-ness, of course. Oh yeah, second image in A tier is custom mechanical keyboards, specifically mechanical keyboards. Wine is really something you should try if you're into alcohol. I'm not into alcohol. It makes me sleepy. My sis likes to grind the beans, but I eat them straight up if I needed the caffeine. You can eat them? I had a coffee the other day, and then I ground off some coffee beans and added it in, and it was very strong. I don't know how I feel about it. Why would they come with sugar? They normally do. Frappes are normally just sweetened versions of drinks. So sometimes they'll blend them already with ice cream, I think. Who drinks non-sugar, the sweets? Yeah, I just assume all frappes are sweet drinks. My people need me. Have a great stream. Mimi's only have a good day, Alex. Serve them, people. You do it. Prove to them how cool you are. Go rizz! Go forth and rizz! But learn all you can from this Valentine's stream and go forth and rizz. That's why, so true, Oomphy. That's why I order caramel macchiato instead of frappes, the same everywhere. I don't think caramel macchiatos is a very big thing in Australia. If you smell the chlorine, that's bad news. True. If you smell the chlorine, maybe don't go into the water. Well, at least you know it's doing its job. but then also stares at everyone in my general vicinity. Was it you? For those who don't know, chlorine actually doesn't have a smell unless it's cleaning something up. The smell comes from the fact that it's cleaning ammonia up. Yeah. Welcome. Chlorine is smelly only when it's introduced to ammonia, which comes from... Yeah, we all know. Let it catch up. I'm out! I'm catched up! I caught up! Yeah, catch me next to them cloud flare lava lamps. Nah. Alright, so that was the yap. That was my rant about coffee. Basically, it thinks it's a lot more fancy than it actually is, and now even the artsy people don't realize that everything has been automized. What happened to my accent? Automized. Automatonized. A computer is calculating the roasting. Most of the artsy brands just have a computer. It's no longer this guy roasting the beans and putting efforts and trying to min-max everything. It's a computer. Where is the love in the beans? Also, coffee people always judge other people's ordered drinks. I bet the coffee people would hate us for ordering hot chocolate. Automized. C for coffee. C for I can order hot chocolate flavor. What? You'll know better than me. C for chocolate is superior. C for Happy Valentine's. C for if you like coffee, but you didn't get chocolates for Valentine's. Okay, now I'm just being a hater. I don't hate on coffee lover people. Just stay in lane. Can't believe you voted coffee less than League of Legends. It's the vibe of it. It's the vibe of it. Also, I would feel bad if someone... This is also a very biased list. If I met someone or became friends with someone, and then they were really into coffee, and they did like a cold brew or something, or made a really nice espresso, I'd feel so bad, because they'll be like, try this coffee, Lillian. I made the blend, and I think I perfected it. And I'd go like, okay. They would have to watch me destroy it by adding 2 scoops of sugar and some milk in it. And going, tastes exactly like normal. So that's why I don't understand the rizz. Like, good for you. You enjoy a drink. So, C is for compatibility. I just don't think I can understand it. Tastes like a brown pudding, sugar and milk. Hey, what? We're talking about the letter C here, not the letter B. Good day, adobo. Why? Do you guys think it's rizz? The only thing that would like put it up is if someone's really into coffee, does that mean they like going on cafe dates? Because those are really aesthetic, and I appreciate that. I enjoy cafe food a lot. Maybe I will put it to B. You're right, it doesn't belong next to League of Legends. League of Legends for real is just being our benchmark at this point. Is it League of Legends level? Maybe that's insulting. I think at that point that's insulting for coffee people. I will give you this, coffee lovers. You can be next to the beekeepers. B for beans. B for but at least you don't play League of Legends. Cafe dates are so cute. It's a very girly thing as well. Girls love cafe dates. I love going to cafes with all my friends. B is a T you put everything on where you can't decide either, because nothing is low enough to go next to League of Legends. And A just has like a different vibe to it, right? A is pretty instant, like you have gained my respect, because that is a hobby that I wish I was into. B is all the things I've tried and I'm like, okay. A, I respect. We need the F tier for truly terrible things. I think that would open up like a B, another category between B and C, right? The C and D could be used properly. Guys, normally things are... Well, just fail. Just fail. If you have this hobby, you're a failure of a human. Isn't that a bit harsh? I think that's a little harsh. These are still hobbies. Humans... Someone made a decision to invest time into this. You can't just call them a failure. That's mean. And I will be judgmental. I will be slightly rude. I will bully people with love, but I will not call someone a failure. Running is peak because they shower every day. Do people not shower every day? Is that not just normal? Huh? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? What are you implying, John? 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 Please explain? Echo, get back here right now! Please shower 2 times a day when you wake up and before bed. It depends on your environment as well. If you're in like a humid, yes, I think you're supposed to shower twice a day. If you're in a cold environment and you don't sweat very much, like, and you like taking hot showers, it's probably bad for your skin, mate. Because that'll dry out your skin a lot. Some continents don't shower every day only. I live in Australia, where we frequently go through floods. Well, we do, but droughts. And the government still goes, okay, limit your shower, but to take a shower. Don't look at us. Who am I supposed to look at then? Last really said, not me. Pointing fingers now, eh? What happened to camaraderie? Lass is a snitch. That's not very manager material right there. Why would I shower if I wasn't running? Because hygiene. Oh, it is running. Okay, so my opinion of running... There's different types of runners. There's people who are really intense and do marathons, right? And to that, I think it's really cool. That's very dedicated. There's also people who just run for exercise and for the sake of running. And to that, if you don't change the route that you run... more than once a month, kind of psycho behavior. Because I think part of running is like you get to zone out. But then you also get to appreciate and go around your neighborhood and appreciate your surroundings, right? That's why I like going on walks. I think you keep walking the same route again and again and again. It does get boring though. And... yeah, you're not getting the full experience. In time you don't use hot water? It really depends on your environment. We're on the same roof for years and years. But at that point, do you think do it for fun or because it's a habit? I think things can be a habit and not really a hobby. Naruto runners? At least they're having fun with it, right? I think running the same way for years is very much more of a habit and something you start because you're like, oh, I need to exercise, rather than a hobby. Cause remember, we were describing hobbies as something you do for self-care, but also you find enjoyment out of. Running, if you do the same route, the enjoyment is just the natural serotonin that you're producing, and rather than any emotional fulfillment, I guess. It's fun to use your stamina, not enjoying the view. I don't know, maybe it depends on the person. Cause at that point, you could just run on a treadmill, and isn't that the similar to like doing gym as a hobby? Isn't that a thing? Why would you run outside? Running to me is normally more outdoor related. I love looking at night. It feels like the world belongs to me because nobody is around, kind of like in a post-apocalypse. Oh, I like nighttime. It's very chill, and also I'm not perceived. Yep. I've gotten into weird situations because I randomly take walks in the middle of the night. But it is very much a vibe. Runner's high is a pretty nice feeling, though. I think so. I walk the same route because it's the freaking beach at night. It's peak. Oh, you get the breeze as well, but you're enjoying the nature. I guess it depends on surroundings. Maybe my surroundings aren't very like interesting. I don't like running without a certain goal. I respect it, though I would never go running. Full stop. If someone says it's their hobby, I'm very indifferent to it. But I don't know where to put that. Does running away from my responsibilities count? Should you really be saying that as my manager last? Little kickboxing me on the list? I will think about it and add it in later. Okay. So, running... I would say C. I would think it's cool, like figurine collecting. But it's not something I relate to. And also, it depends. I would support from far away. Have fun. I'm sure you have reasons. But it means they're in good shape, which is a plus. Yeah, I guess so. I don't get the stimulation from running. I think that's the main thing. Most of my hobbies involve like mental stimulation. Fishing on A, we're out of here? Wait. What do you mean? That is a very objectively good position for fishing. See for chanclas. Rizz is A, no. Healthy people? But you can do it. People can. This is a hobby list, right? People can exercise and not consider it as a hobby. So your argument is invalid. That's what I'm saying. There's a difference between hobby and like habits and stuff that you do. Fishing out there, not out of here, should be S. Oh, the reason why it's there, like, cause rizz-wise, if someone's not into fishing, then it's like a whole weekend affair where you disappear for hours at a time. And also, we factored in for the fact that some people like to fish in silence, which to me is very awkward. There's negatives. There's pros and cons. That's why it goes in A. S is when something doesn't have any cons to it. What is this goalpost movement? I respect it. I respect it. That's just how it's shaping up. Why not disappear together? I think it's a hobby for people who enjoy each other's company in silence. Yeah, but I'm a yapper. And I think everyone here is pretty much a yapper. Being told that I can't yap. I can't. I need the mental stimulation. Oh, everyone's gonna say I have ADHD again. But the mental stimulation! I can't. I cannot fathom it. But I think it's an interesting hobby, and I would think it's cool. That's why it's still an A tier. I enjoy fishing. But my preference in fishing is on beach at night, because you get a lot of range of fishes there. Why just catch fish when you can catch shark and rays and octopus? If there was a job list, there would be an F tier for VTuber manager, VTuber manager. Is that a hobby? Job list F tier? My manager does a lot for me. I will not be able to survive without my manager. My manager protects the company by removing everything from my vicinity. I quote, my manager has said that one day I will go visit the company and it will just be an empty room because everything has been removed for safety purposes. Achan, thank you for the sub! Oh, Neg! Hello. Hi. How was your stream? How was your game? Boss is making me rethink my life decisions. Wait, Neg! Can I have your opinion on the most latest positioning? So we're talking about running as a hobby, right? I put it into C. Because I don't think it's a very stimulating hobby. Because my hot take for it is, if you're running, and it's not just for exercise, and as a habit, then you should switch up your route every once in a while, and appreciate your surroundings, right? Because I think that's the thing that differentiates it from just being a habit that you do for exercise. And just serotonin from exercise doesn't count. You need, to have fun as well. So that's what I think is a C. I think it's C. But everyone's saying that it just because it involves exercise, it has more rizz value. It has more rizz value. Can I hop on coffee? Oh, yes. Hold on. My audio is gonna be very low, but I can. Okay, I'll call you.
Hi, Julian. Hello.
Hello. Wait. Let me add you on your stream.
Wait, I need to mute your stream. I'm gonna get doubles.
Give me a second. Oh, what's Discord? Wait, I'm hearing double.
No, wait. Sorry, that's my interface.
Okay. This one. Alright, speak.
Yes, hello, it is me.
I don't know how OBS works, evidently. Okay, try again.
Hi, hello, hey, hi.
Okay. We have Neg. Wait, do I have a PNG from you? Can you send me a PNG?
Oh yeah, sure. I'll send you a PNG.
Oh wait, do you have reactive set up? I can just add reactive, I think, maybe.
I don't know.
No,
I feel like my reactive has always been really messed up.
Okay,
Wait, I'll just send you a picture of myself.
Yes.
My reactives are old. Don't use them. Use this picture of me.
Alright,
I'm gonna send you right now.
Okay.
Oh, here it is. Okay, so while you get that set up, I will give you my opinion on running. I think running is a D tier hobby. I think people.
Noah, crazy.
No, hear me out, okay? Hear me out. Hear me out. So running is something that you do for exercise. I run, okay? But like, you don't hear me going around and being like, oh yeah, I run today. My calves were so carvy. Oh yeah, you know, I did 10 Ks around the same hill. You know, it's so. I mean, look, honestly, I have more respect for people who say going on walks is a hobby. Because going on walks, you go places, you enjoy nature, you know, but running is just, oh, look at me, I run. Ooh, I'm better than you because I run. Have you tried running? You should try running. Ooh, it's so good for you. Did you know that I fixed my asthma after I started running? Hey, do you wanna join the 5Ks with me this year? I think we should all go running.
Biggest flex of running lung capacity. Bet my lungs are bigger than your lungs. No, but yeah. I also think that because it's not really a hobby, because there's no like fun. That's what I was saying. That I think it only counts as a hobby if you change your route, because you're not running for the sake of running anymore. But you also have to think that there is running as a hobby, but people who do it competitively, who run marathons, but for fun. Because that's considered a hobby, right? Because you don't have to go that far just to get exercise. That's also just like bragging rights as well. But there's some people who do it for like charity and stuff, which is cute. I think that's cute. So that's why it's a C tier to me.
Oh yeah, actually, you do make a good point. Like people who do competitive running, I respect that. I respect that. That's a C tier.
Also, the marathons in Asia are crazy, especially Japan, because there's people who cheer you up, like cheer for you from the sides, and they also feed you every like so many meters, and they actually have pretty good food. I was very tempted to look into marathons just because of the amount of food they give you.
I want to run a marathon in Japan now. What?
It'll be so aesthetic, and they give you like little snacks. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It could, if you're going to run and do the same routes over and over again, you might as well just like go on a treadmill in a gym, and that's not really a hobby.
Yeah, no, running is maintenance. Like, would you say brushing your teeth is a hobby? I didn't think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay. So you agree with C with my justifications now, right?
I agree. All right. So I just got here. So what's going on with your tier list right now?
All right. There's some hot takes here, but there's a lot of hear me outs. So for S tier at the moment, we have art, specifically traditional art.
Tells me that it's coming from a bit of a biased place.
No,
I
okay,
don't know what it is.
Because it's creative, right? And there's a lot of patience to it. And also, traditional art has a lot of, like, for the non-sweats, we're doing as like a general population thing. A lot of people do like really chill art-related hobbies, like paint by numbers and stuff, and that's considered a hobby, and they get enjoyment out of it and fulfillment. And it's like something that you can rely on. Instead of like a lot of the hobbies are something that like you save up to, and then you do the hobby, and then you just continue researching you're saving up for. So I think it's a very good consistent hobby. And also, because this is also a rizz tier list, a lot of people who are really into art have the supplies and also are very into handmade gifts, which I think is super rizz.
Ooh, that is true. That is true. This is true. Ooh.
Why? Why would you come and accuse me of bias? Go ahead.
I mean, okay. As an artist myself, okay. Like this is a personal anecdote, but I only kicked this habit, and I only kicked this mindset until recently. But I used to get really stressed out every year when it came around to my friends' birthdays, because I'm like, oh shit, I'm an artist, and which means I have to draw them something, I have to make them something, and I used to hate it every single time. Where I'm like, fuck, I have have to draw them something. And it was like I was trapped in a never-ending cycle of just constantly working on gift art every single year. And I never got to draw anything for myself because I'm like, no, I have to. I have to.
Yeah, but is it because your friends are also artists? Because I talked about it from an artist perspective as well. Because if you're both sweaties and like you can't really enjoy the art if you're both sweaties as a hobby together, right? Because if you're just drawing on your own thing together, most of the time it's just like a voice call with a lot of sigh, and you just go, I want to do something else now.
It's a studio pain.
Photoshop crashed me again.
No, I get that so much though. No, but the thing is, okay. When it comes to rizz though, there is nothing rizzier than enjoying quiet time together with someone and being able to enjoy quiet time, right? And so I think artists know that feeling very well.
Yeah. I think our opinion is biased, but in the other way, because we're sweats. We actually put a lot of time into art. But for most people, art is just like, it has like a low barrier, right? So there's a lot of people who consider art as their hobby, and they'll just be like drawing, like doodling stuff on paper and stuff. And I think that's super cute.
Yeah.
We're the sweats. So that's what I think it's an S tier. A lot of people are into it, and it's something that you can like casually have as a hobby with someone else, right? Start learning how to draw with each other. S tier.
Also, again, from the sweat perspective, I think being into art changes the way that you see the world.
Oh,
and
yeah, for sure.
what's more attractive than someone who can see the beauty in everything, right?
But then, doesn't that mean you're overly critical of some other stuff too?
Oh shit, you're right!
I think I'm sometimes me. If someone shows me something and I'm like, I like it, but there's some like one mistake that I'm like, I can't, it's irking me.
I can't say that I love it because then I would be lying.
And you hit them with the, oh, that's really cool.
No, I get that. You always feel like the like mustache twirling like actually guy in the room.
Yeah. You have to learn how to turn it off, otherwise you can't just appreciate things for what it is. That's why, yeah, for when things, I really like derpy looking art, or like when kids draw pictures, I think it's always really cute because it comes from the heart. That's the most important thing. It's gonna make you feel stuff. That's what true art is all about.
It is true. You know, actually, Pablo Picasso, the Starry Night guy, he spent 10 years. I'm sorry, I refer to him as the Starry Night guy. Wait, he is the Starry Night guy, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, no, that guy. Wait, hold on. Pablo Picasso did Cubism, wasn't it? Wasn't he the Cubism guy?
I think so, yes.
Van Gogh's Expressionism, which is Starry Night, and Sunflowers. The crazy guy that chopped off his ear? Yeah.
Well, Mr. Starry Night, just...
Okay, so we're talking about Pablo. Yes. My good sir, yes.
Yes, Mr. Pablo Starry Night Picasso. Wait, Van Gogh!
We'll just, Mr. Starry Night, yes, continue.
Yes, Mr. Starry Night said that he spent 10 years trying to learn how to paint like a child because children have the purest form of expression.
Yeah. Yes. S tier. Thank you very much. Thank you for
S tier.
See, everyone's saying we're biased, but we're factoring in our biases, and it goes both ways. We're being unbiased. Yeah. Hey, I'm 2 for 2. You agreed with me for both. All right. What about we keep these good vibes going with the next S tier that I put in, which is instruments. Specifically, I put in guitar and piano, and we yapped about that. Instrument, Rizz.
I think it's very generic, Rizz.
But it works. Have you watched any music or band anime and not been I want to be in a band?
It works.
It works.
Okay, but also like I raise you the case of have you not watched a sport anime and been like, holy shit, I'm gonna become the best basketball player in the world?
That was me in volleyball, but then I realized I'm short.
See, it's the same effect. It's anime. Anime just makes things good.
Okay. The most different things, different discussions about this, but for me, I think just being good at something like an instrument means that you can, you have the dedication to learn it, right? Which is, and it's a
Right.
skill that a lot of times you don't forget. Maybe you just get rusty, but you don't forget. And my standards for even playing musical instruments is pretty low. Like, I think the top tier is like if someone knows how to sight read and they can just play a random song. I'm like, wow, mind blown, no way. But as long as you like you play a song that's like not like generic chopsticks or river flows at you, that's pretty rizz.
This fragging song. Da 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 da.
Da, da. Yeah.
No, I get that. I get that.
Yeah. But we were talking about what the band role with the most rizz is, and everyone in chat was saying that
I think it's a
bass.
drummer. It's the
Everyone was saying
drummer.
bass, but then I had to explain to them that like practicing bass is not very cool because you don't get as much appreciation. That's the thing.
Practicing the bass, like if you have the bass on its own, it just sounds like.
Yeah, but that's the same with drums, right? I think to get like the getting good the getting good at an instrument or just being at a level that is impressive for melodic instruments that play like the melody, right, or top line is a lot more easier to learn. To be really good at bass and drums, there's like an extra step because you need to be really good at freestyle and be able to play solos, right? Especially for drummers, a lot of people don't realize how important the drums is, and you can do a lot of fills, but a lot of people just like brush it off because it is so much of a pattern. That's why drummers have so much like random like tricks. They be doing magic tricks up there and throwing around the drumsticks that add the rizz, but that's like something they specifically did for the purpose of being cooler. That's my opinion.
But I think okay. So this is there's a few levels removed for my opinion on this, but I actually think instruments that don't play the top line, like bass or drums, right? I think there's something rizzy about the fact that they're happy to be support. You know,
that is cute.
Yeah. Like they don't want to be the spotlight because I have known quite a few. I've known a few piano players who are like, "Oh my god, is that a piano?" And then they just go there to flex. And and sometimes that's nice, but also sometimes it's like, "Oh, you're just flexing now, bro."
Well, I don't think there's a way to do it smoothly, to be fair. You can always really tell. Another thing on the band discussion is a lot of people saying like why the bass people and the drums people always look cooler, and I have a theory that it's because of the spotlight, because the spotlight's always the people standing at the front, and normally it's the guitarist and the lead singer, right? And that spotlights are really warm. They get up to like 20 high 20 degrees Celsius, right? And so that's why those people are always the sweatiest looking.
Yeah, some people like it when the sweat is like glistening though, because it's like, oh, you know, the sweat is glistening. You're working so hard.
Interesting. Anyway, would you, with your obnoxious piano player type vibe, would you still put in an S tier, or would you move it down to an A tier then?
Oh, I don't know. Learning instruments, it does take a lot of dedication, and it's like, it is a little bit unattractive when someone just goes to flex for the sake of flexing, but you can't lump all instrument players in there. I mean, look, I played the trumpet, okay?
That's a very peculiar instrument to choose. You ever go see a random trumpet and go, oh, you know what?
No, I don't, because you never look attractive playing a trumpet. It looks like your face is going to fall off. I think the piano flexes, they deserve it. We can keep them in S tier. Personally, it's an A plus tier.
You also have to factor in, everyone learns piano, and so the academical learning piano and getting to different grades is super toxic, I hear. Like all the exams and stuff, that whole community is super toxic. So they went through trauma.
Okay, but the thing with trauma is it either makes you very attractive and very understanding, or it makes you. It also makes you toxic.
Oh, man, you're right. You're right. Is it enough to bump it down to an A tier then?
I'd say it's an A+ tier.
A+ tier, but then I just been rounding things up then.
All right, you can stay in S tier. At least I can move it to the back. Move it to the back.
Oh, this is not in order. Well, okay, hold on. I will do as you say. There we go.
Thank you.
Piano's not a thing that someone can just pull off though. Basses have to be background. There are a lot of songs where the bass is the main part of the melody. Oh, really? I've seen some pretty cool bass like covers and stuff. Where like
Yeah,
it's
I've
more
also
for...
seen some pretty cool bass stuff. I think like it really depends on how the song was written.
I think it's just not as noticed. Basses deserve more. No, actually, I don't know if they deserve more because I think the reason why chat likes basses so much is because they're underappreciated. They got second lead syndrome. All right, I understand how it is. I respect
They're
it.
low key. It's the best friend that doesn't win.
Childhood friend syndrome. Understood. Okay, the third one that's in the S tier is cooking. I couldn't
Wait,
figure
is that not cooking next to cooking?
No, that's gardening next to cooking.
Oh,
The
okay. I have
gloves,
some
is
hot
it?
takes about that one, but we're not there yet.
About gardening? That's good. You
We're
got a
not
beef
there
of
yet.
gardening.
We're not there yet.
Got a
All
whole
right,
stew.
cooking.
Oh yeah, cooking.
Okay, I'm very biased because I don't know how to cook, and I wholeheartedly agree with cooking because all of my closest friends are people who have fed me. That includes you.
That is true, but how low are your standards? Because I don't think I'm very good at cooking.
I remember the time I went to your place, and then I was like, "Oh yeah, let's make pasta," and then it was just you making the pasta while I was playing on my phone on the couch.
I was told the ingredients. I didn't even have a recipe. I just got given ingredients. I was like, okay. I think this is how it works.
The whole time I was like, "Hey, is it my turn to do something yet?" And you're like, "No, it's okay."
Thank you for eating my food.
Thank you for cooking the food that we were supposed to cook together.
Next time we will cook together. No, you've helped with cooking before. I think you fed me. You fed me before. You bought me KFC before.
I didn't cook the KFC. I brought the KFC on the way to your house.
But that is effort. That is effort that I appreciate. Ellie, food good. Food really the way to the soul.
Food good. I think cooking is an expression of love. I have no complaints here.
Wait, would it count as cooking if you made... You know like KFC rice is supposedly a thing? Where you chuck KFC into like rice that's cooking in a rice cooker?
Oh, I tried that. It didn't work. It just made the KFC really dry.
Oh man, that could have been our next plan.
I mean, okay, I just chucked it on top, but maybe you need to like bury it inside.
Rice cookers, I'm pretty sure just have a heat sensor at the bottom, right? And that's how it knows when it's finished cooking and thing. I don't know if it makes that much difference because it's a steamer anyway. And as long as it wasn't touching the side, it'll be pretty evenly heated.
I guess so. Maybe I can try again. I tried with like the original pieces. Maybe you need to use like a hot and spicy.
I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be original piece. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll try again.
maybe it's a hack food. Oh, I did go on a tangent that saying baking and cooking are very different hobbies though.
Oh yeah, they are really different. So like baking is like wizardry.
Yeah,
and cooking
yeah.
is like sorcery.
Wait, what? The only difference between wizardry and sorcery is sorcery just has more of a rough and wild image, isn't it?
Yeah, sorcery is like, oh yeah, put a bit of this, put a bit of that, throw in this guy's soul, throw in my mom's soul, you know, and wizardry is like I have to get this exact thing right, otherwise the spell blows up in my face and everyone dies.
I didn't realize there was a very definitive separation between them. Yeah, alchemy and sorcery. That seems more accurate. Alchemy and sorcery, maybe?
Oh yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah.
But yeah, bakers are very stressed people. Like they are not. They have no chill.
I'm a baker!
Oh well, I'm sorry. You have so much chill.
Thank you. But yeah, no, a lot of people got into baking over COVID, right? Because it's supposed to be a stress relief. But I think that's more because it's controllable factors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like bread making.
Yeah. You just follow everything to the T and it should work. Less variables. To be good at cooking, you have to be able to like imagine flavors and put them together and know how to like season things. Everything tastes the same when I season things, so I just chuck in like salt and pepper and go, I hope that's enough.
I have a question for you. Is it because you're using the same wok or something? Because I actually had this problem when I kept trying to make pancakes, and every single time, no matter how much sugar I put in, it turned out tasting salty and tasting the same way. And then it just turns out it was the friggin' pan.
No, I don't think that's a thing. For me, I just don't think I have very like sensitive flavor palette. Oh, another thing is I can't picture taste, like combined taste and smells in my head. Like I can't imagine it. Cause supposedly a big thing for like people who can cook is they'll like taste the food and then they'll go and sniff different like seasonings they have and combine it in their head to figure out what would go best together. And to me, that's sorcery. That's sorcery.
Yeah.
I make edible food that looks better than it tastes.
Fondant. The fondant.
Fondant is not food. That's just aesthetic. That's purely aesthetic. It's because you put too much butter? I don't think so. Food that tastes savory. You're supposed to put a little bit of salt. Maybe just a residue oil. Maybe you're using the wrong type of oil.
Oh, mate. Oh,
you
wait,
need more neutral oil.
it.
If you're making something sweet, use more neutral oil.
Oh, it's the oil.
What are you using peanut oil for everything? Why is everything I eat peanut?
I think I was using like olive oil for everything.
Don't use olive oil with stuff. It has a lower burn temperature. That's not good for you.
Oh, maybe I burnt it as.
And it has a really strong flavor. Oh, Neg.
Oh, one day I will make good pancakes. Thank you.
Make me pancakes. I struggle making pancakes a lot. Actually.
Now I know.
Anyway, yeah, that's S tier. So gardening. Yeah. So gardening, Neg. You don't think it should belong in S tier?
I think gardening is sweet, but I don't know. I don't feel the rizz. Like, look. I am somebody who is into a gardener, right? Like, I mean. Wait, it makes it sound like I'm into one person, but no. I'm into like the soft image of gardening. You know, it's like, oh.
Isn't it the whole appeal of Stardew? Isn't that why everyone sims for the Stardew people? Oh wait, you're the farmer in Stardew.
Yeah, you're the farmer. But there's something about gardening that just doesn't feel quite right to me. You know, like that's your entire hobby. That's a whole hobby.
Lot. There's people who have like Excel sheets for this, Neg. It's like min-maxed.
Really?
Yeah, because you have to rotate crops, and then once you grow one crop, sometimes like it sucks particular nutrients of the ground, so you have to choose a different plant that uses different nutrients. This is all isekai knowledge, by the way. This is just from reading. Isekais are people who are into farming, that enter the new world and uses their knowledge to get good.
Okay, but like, is that okay? But is that gardening or is that farming? Okay, because gardening and farming, very different things. Because when I think of gardening, I think, oh, I spray my plants once a day.
No, the difference between gardening and farming, normally, I would say, is like the yields and like how
gains.
the gains,
Epic gains.
the yields, the gains. I guess it's very similar. It's just like how much, because the farming industry is crazy because you gotta throw away your seeds and buy new ones. Technically, if you garden, you could reuse your own seeds, and that's not illegal.
Yeah, wait, is it not illegal to like grow seeds that you get from the grocery? Like if I buy a tomato,
No,
can I not just plant it?
farmers can't do it because they're doing commercial, and most seeds and like genetic pools of like plants are owned by companies, so they have to throw away all the seeds and buy
laws.
There's anti-seed piracy laws. They change the genetics up every once in a while, and then there's like inspectors that go to farms and check that you're on the latest software. Otherwise, you get fined. This is a thing. Yeah. So the farming industry kind of whack. There's copyrighted genetic codes for plants.
That's awesome, but also that's awful.
Yeah, farming is very complex. I think it's cute. I think it shows that someone is dedicated. You get results from it that you enjoy, right? And it involves a lot of patience, which I think is very rizz. Also, I can't imagine a farmer person being toxic because it's very cottagecore.
I can imagine a cottagecore person being toxic. Look. Maybe I'm like painting an awful picture in my brain, but I am imagining. Right? Imagine you're on a date with a gardener. And then they're like, "Oh, sorry, I have to go home early. I need to spray my plant."
No, but they don't have the restrictions. It's not like a time limit, right? Sorry, I'm gonna go spray my plants. I think it's one of those hobbies where you can do it casually, and then there's no set times. They have seasons, and then depending on how much they've been maxing, it's like maybe to the week, but I don't think it's that serious. Also, yes, something brought up last night, thank you for the reminder, Choppel, is that gardeners also are okay with bugs. So you have a bug murderer.
Oh, true. That person can take care of all the spiders.
Yeah!
Yeah!
To be fair, they'll probably also be the person that says, "Don't kill them," and take them out to the garden, but...
that's pretty rizz.
At least I don't have to deal with it. Pretty rizz,
Wait,
pretty rizz.
If they can handle snakes as well, that's also pretty rizz.
I assume so. How common would snakes be in a garden?
It's pretty common where I live.
Oh, one thing I also introduced, made it so it also kind of counts as landscaping, and I think landscaping is cool. The only exclusion is lawns, because I don't understand the obsession with green lawns in monocultures. That's negative rizz for me.
Landscaping. Sorry, when you say that, I'm immediately thinking of like Animal Crossing.
You know the people who like do aesthetic gardens, like maybe they'll grow like succulents or bushes and stuff. Cause gardening doesn't only involve food. Plants that have no food fruiting also deserve rights.
Wait, Lillian, wait. This comes back to art, doesn't it?
Yeah, but that's a positive. There's no negative to that. Being creative is a good skill to have.
This is okay. This isn't exactly a hobby, but I do think it's pretty rizz when someone cares about their living space.
Oh yeah, that's responsibility. That shows responsibility.
Yeah. And it's also like, oh, this person's very home oriented. You know, this person likes making their home comfy.
Oh.
Yeah.
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 After all that, is it still S tier, or are you going to bump it down to A tier?
No, I'm happy with gardening staying in S tier. I don't know why I like had such a specific scenario going to home to spray my plants.
I've never seen that before. That I think if someone ever stands you up to go look after their plants, that just means they don't care about people very much.
Maybe they don't like you. They just want to go home.
Priorities in life, my tomato plants over a human being.
Honestly, I get that. I get that.
Flowers also count. Yes. If someone can make a bouquet, that's hella cute. That's also
Aw.
artsy. That's a whole different rizz, I think. Okay, well now up to the A tiers, okay?
Yes.
This is when it gets a bit iffy. For how I put things in here, it was it's a hobby that I would like to do, but I feel like there's like a there's a certain obnoxious side to it that kind of goes a bit oofed, but not everyone in the hobby is like that, right? So rizz for respect, but if you could go lower. You start off strong and then you could go lower.
I'm surprised. Okay. The first thing is I noticed fishing is in there. Now hold on a second.
Are you on the fishing should be higher or fishing should be lower side of things?
Honestly, I can't see fishing in S tier, but putting it in A tier feels wrong.
Okay, let me defend fishing first. So fishing for me is you do a lot of planning, and I think it's really cool that there's so many like variables in it that people are very into, right? And there's a lot of different types of like fishing and different vibes of it. Cause like people who do like rock fishing, like you know that stand on like the rocks with all the waves around, that's scary. They have like suction boots, and that's kind of like extreme sports. And I'm like kind of crazy for that. And there's also like chill creek fishing. But the main thing is it's not very much a hobby where like you can do all the time. So it's like a one of many hobbies, right?
This is true.
And
I
it's
think-
also something where you when you plan for a fishing trip, I think it's like a very large time thing, dedication, like a going on an
Also,
actual
you know
fishing
how to
trip.
plan for dates.
Yeah, but that also means that they'll plan for their own thing, and if their like partner doesn't like fishing, that means they're just hanging by themselves for like entire day, right? Which can be a positive or a negative depending. That's why it's a bit iffy on the rizz.
I was gonna say it's a bit iffy because it's an old man hobby. It's like a grandpa hobby.
No, that's just bias. I think there's lots of people who like fishing. No, yeah, lots of people like fishing. Some people like it for like the practicality of it as well, and some people are more casual.
I mean, look, I like fishing.
I like fishing.
I like the fantasy of fishing and providing for my family and catching fresh meat for my family. You know, I like the feeling of the fantasy of it's gotcha, but it's a fish.
No, for real. My favorite type of fishing is nighttime fishing on like a beach because you get a lot of different things. Like last time I went fishing and caught a stingray, an octopus, and a shark, and no fish. And that's a
Wait,
real
you actually-
gotcha.
wait, in real life?
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know you went fishing.
Yeah, we should go sometime. But,
Yeah.
but we gotta get someone who can drive because I can't drive.
Oh, I'm taking lessons.
Let's go, Neg!
I don't know when I'll be done, but eventually I'll get there.
Eventually. Fishing stream coming up within the next few years.
In the next few years.
Yeah.
It's just going to be several hours of got a bite? Nope.
No, depending on if you do your research, I think I was only there for like 3 hours, and then I caught a bunch of stuff. So it was only like 40 minutes. Also, you lose a lot because there's a lot of waves when you go on like the beach, like shore of the beach, because there's a lot of rocks and stuff. It's
You
more
lose a
riveting.
lot?
Like there's a lot of fish, so a lot of times you'll like lose bait because there's like a chance that you get nothing when you gutta, right? Because you either have to pull it really quickly for it to get stuck, or sometimes different fish react differently. So yeah, stuff like that.
Wait, so the fishing mini games are actually right.
Yeah. So some fish will like take time and do small bites. Some will like nibble on it, and so what you want to do right away is like tug it so it gets lodged into their mouths and things like that.
Oh.
It depends on the fish type. Yeah.
Wait, that's so cool. It's like Monster Hunter in real life, but you're fishing.
The fishing minigames were real.
It's a fishing mini game, but in real life. Because the one time I went fishing, I kept losing my bait because there were just a bunch of small fish. They were like way smaller than the hook, and they just like ate the bait from around the hook.
So a lot of times, sometimes you can do like min-max, right? You need different gear, so sometimes you get smaller hooks, you change the bait, or you can do configurations where there's like more or less tension on like the fishing line. Also, you can have multi-hook setups. It's very intense. I don't know a lot about it, but I know that there's a very big iceberg for it.
Whoa. Yeah, okay, fishing can stay in A tier.
Yay!
Yay!
You make me feel very convincing.
I like the fantasy of fishing.
The fantasy of fishing is real, yeah. But the reason why it's an A is because it is kind of like out of your way and not very it's not casual. It's the most casual, uncasual thing.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah. Okay, going to the beginning of A again. The first one is like DJing. Because Rizz of extrovert. It's just pure extrovert Rizz, honestly.
Yeah, I know nothing about DJing, but I fear DJs. So
Yeah,
I have no opinion.
I respect it. I think 90% of it is just vibes and confidence. Which inherent to Rizz because I'm an introvert, and anyone being able to do that is I'm impressed. Alright, cool. Simple.
I don't know, I feel like too much extrovert energy like pushes me away though. I'm like, ooh. Because it feels almost like
Yeah, but you
I guess
think
the
of,
vibes of DJing is very loud.
yeah. It's more like performance. Well, it's not. If someone says it's their hobby, well, they're not yelling it at your face, right? If you see someone say that their hobby is DJing, it just means that they can be extroverted, right? And assuming that they have a good taste in music and have some understanding of BPMs, I think that's the main basis for all, just what DJs need.
True. Like if someone said that they were a DJ, my first reaction would probably be like, "Whoa, you're so cool."
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But it's not in S tier because I am also very intimidated and it's very loud and I don't like loud spaces. So I'm just kind of like, okay, you do that. Good for you. You're
Same
cool.
reason why I was hesitant on it.
Yeah. Exactly. So that's why it's an A tier and not an S tier. Yeah. The real
The next
Rizz.
one is keyboards.
Mechanical keyboards. This
I disagree. It's too high.
too high. Okay, I expanded it because I think a lot of people who are very casual into the hobby just know about it and don't have the funds to fully invest in it, and are also just very into the aesthetic setup vibes. And I also enjoy, there's a lot of people who are very into mechanical keyboards, but specifically just into switches and just like listening to Switch ASMR. Like Switches ASMR, which I enjoy.
I enjoy the switches part of it.
Yeah.
The thing is, it's a very prohibitively expensive hobby, and I feel like it's a little bit... Now, as somebody who buys a lot of stuff that she doesn't need, it's... I feel like it's a little bit wasteful. Nobody needs 5 keyboards, okay?
Yeah, I agree.
You find one keyboard that you like with the right aesthetic, which also comes back to art.
No, there's different cool builds, and then there's like, well, there's some people who invest in different switches, right? And so they just do hot swappables. I think the main thing is it's very similar on vein to people who say that PC building is their hobby, but they only really build their own PC and they just help other people. Because I think there's a few people who are into mechanical keyboards and they just like talking to people about like new launches and stuff. Because it's very much just a consumer-based hobby that's people partake in every once in a while, but they just like to keep up to date with like most tech hobbies. I think like most tech hobbies, most of it is just knowledge and research, and sometimes you
Lillian,
like do your own builds.
might I introduce you to Cyberdex?
What's that?
Oh boy. Okay, so I would bump mechanical keyboards down and I would replace where the mechanical keyboard is right now with Cyberdex. So Cyberdex are pretty much like, imagine mechanical keyboards, you know, you make your own builds and stuff, but it's small portable computers.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I've actually been making plans for my ideal cyber deck, and then you like program it usually from like either a microcontroller or one of those like tiny box PCs. It's a lot of DIY stuff, and it's super duper cool.
Alright, so but with mechanical keyboards, there's like a financial, like, what's it? Not tier. What's it called? Burden? Not burden. Entry level. Mechanical keyboards is not my hobby. It's a burden. No, there's like you have to have so much money to invest in it, right? Isn't that the same as Cyberdecks? Because there's a skill level that you need as well. Entry level, high entry level, and high financial level that you need to invest in it.
I'd say I would count someone as part of the hobby even if they don't get into building cyberdecks. A lot of it is the part where you're like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if you did this with this, and sort of like looking at new tech releases, like new microcontroller releases, or looking at like cool cases and stuff, and sort of like just sharing it in the communities, being like, oh wow, it would be really cool if somebody combined this thing with that thing with this thing with that thing. And also the components themselves, they tend to be really cheap as well if you know where to look for them.
Oh, yeah, okay. I agree with that then. Okay, we'll bump mechanical keyboards down.
Yeah! Cyberdeck supremacy!
You convinced me! Alright. Mechanical keyboards, I'm sorry. It's just a little too obnoxious. When my 400 keyboard that I spent hours assembling and moving is considered fairly entry level, you know it's an expensive hobby. Yeah. 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 The next 18 one was photography.
I'm getting war flashbacks to my days in uni, where there would always be like one or two fuckboys who are like always like going around to the pretty girls being like, I'm a photographer, to take photos of you.
No, but I feel like that's more like, that's less photography. You know, that gives me the vibes, the random people who want to be TikTokers and they just go to like public places and go, could I interview you? And it's obviously going to be really badly edited, you know? That's that vibe. I think there's different type of photographers. I think photography is like one of those hobbies that you can combine with other hobbies as well. That's why it's A tier, because I don't think in itself is a hobby. Someone in chat was talking about how like nature photographers are a bit intense though, because they'll blame you if you make noises. But there's also like food photography. Someone likes food, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, street photography and stuff. So I think, and it's like very low entry level. Like you don't need a lot of money or skill to get into it. So it's like friendly to a lot of people.
Aren't like the good camera lenses really expensive?
The lenses are expensive, but you can buy like cheaper brands. You don't need to like go all out at the beginning, right? Because photography, I think, also includes like film photography, which is can be cheaper as well. I guess developing film, there's like digital versions of doing that.
Yeah, I think photography is like it's so broad because now we all have cameras on our phones, right? And we all do like
no. I don't count taking pictures on your phone as photography because I don't think. I don't like phone quality. It's way too. There's too much detail. I think there's an artistic side of photography, and the main part of it is choosing what to focus on. And I think that's what's distinguished. It's like a photo from a picture, like intention.
I get that. So it comes back to art.
I'm a little bit biased. Can you tell?
I can tell.
Yeah, the quality of phones are compared to high quality pictures. I think you can make phone photos look good with editing. But yeah, most of the times everything feels a lot more washed out, or there's just too much detail that it feels a little off-putting, or there's too much.
No, I get that. Like everything is in focus all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, but there's also really obnoxious photography people. So that's why it's A tier.
Oh, it's the people who compare lenses, right?
Yeah. Oh, like people who like, care about people's camera setups or like, just you know, with most artsy hobbies, there's the party poopers.
Oh. Yeah, it is what it is. But like, thankfully, like when it comes to like art as a big category,
Yeah.
you don't really get that.
I think because of Instagram and social media, a lot of people do like beginner photography. They just upgrade a little bit from phones, and I think that's really cute. Yeah, A tier. All right, now there's a lot in B tier. There's a lot of range in B tier.
I see Magic the Gathering in B tier.
Oh wait, this one specifically is TCGs in general.
I'm a Magic the Gathering player.
Are you? I had words on different TCG types. Okay.
All right. Hit me.
Okay. So TCG is one of those things where like, I think it's a really cool hobby to have, and it's unique, and there's also a sense of like nostalgia a lot of people have from it. And I also respect people who collect things. As someone who collects a lot of things, because you can't complain. If I'm hyper focused on something, or hyper fixated on something, and I'm collecting something, because you don't too. But there's also the
Is
rizz.
this true?
There's also the rizz. I've been watching a lot of like these TikToks of like people. If someone lets me open their card packs and does something, say something like, "You have better luck than me," I love opening stuff, and that gives me so much serotonin, and that's so cute to me.
Wait, no, I like that. I like
Yeah,
that.
right.
I like that. I always open my sister's Pokemon TCG daily packs.
Yeah. Oh, there's also the bias. I think there's like a trend where like there's people who are really like sweaty, and then they get all the strong cards, and they have like their own binder, and the significant other also has a binder, and it's just full of cute cards that they collect.
That's really cute.
And also, a lot of
Aw.
TCG people are nice because for the people who are very into the game and only look for like strong cards, they collect the weak ones and they give it to like sellers to give out for free to like kids who are getting into the hobby, and I think that's really wholesome. So that's the
Yeah.
wholesome side for it. Specific
Yeah.
breakdowns about cards. Pokemon, I think, is cute, nostalgic. I think it's just like my basis for a lot of TCGs, just especially since it's like very big, and Pokemon is just a classic at this point.
Oh
right?
no, you don't know what's happening in the Pokemon card game community
It
right
gets
now.
it's a bit intense. I know that
The
there's
scalpers,
the
they're
scalp.
feral. The
No.
Pokemon people are feral. I'm telling you.
Did you hear that there's a store in Australia that got robbed of like their expensive cards, and so all the locals are keeping an eye out for in case those cards pop up in the scene.
Yes. Yes.
Crazy.
It's actually terrifying. I went to Big W to try to see if they had the new packs, right? And then the guy was like, "Oh, they were gone within 5 minutes."
Oh yeah, it's very intense.
And in the morning, apparently, a grown-ass man like knocked over a 5-year-old.
Oh, that's in a lot of different hobbies, unfortunately. Yeah.
They're feral, bro. They're
Uh,
feral.
But in general, I don't think that's just like the bad eggs. I think in general, Pokemon, we'll just use Pokemon as a basis, right? Because then there's also
Yeah.
Yu-Gi-Oh! And to me, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a lot cooler than Pokemon. That's my impression, because it's like a little bit more mature, and there's some cool combinations that you can do in Yu-Gi-Oh! Also, I just like the vibes of falling for trap cards, because that gaming dynamic is cool.
That gaming dynamic is cool.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm very biased on this entire like hobby, because I am someone who has been very into card games, and so I've been trying my best not to info dump. I'm gonna be feral.
Okay. Let me tell you my opinion on Magic, and then you can tell me how, as an outsider, how correct I am. For me,
Okay, shoot.
Magic people are ill.
What?
No,
Ill?
because for me, Magic has no media associated, so there's no pipeline. So to get into Magic, you either had to be dragged into it by a friend who knew what you were getting dragged into, or one day you decided, I'm going to get into a TCG, and you didn't get scared by the very expensive amounts of like cards. Because I don't think Magic is very beginner friendly, gameplay wise as well. Aesthetic wise, it doesn't have mass appeal as well. And so there's no pipeline, so it's a very purposeful TCG to get into compared to the others, I think.
You know, I agree.
There's no
I
digital
agree.
game, because Yu-Gi-Oh! There's a online game version, and Pokemon has one as well. That doesn't exist for Magic, right? Is there an online version?
Oh, there is an online version. I play it every day.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
Okay, so I will say you are not wrong. First of all, yes, I am ill.
Sorry for your loss. I hope you get better soon, Neg.
No, I don't want to get better. I'm not taking my meds. Second of all, though, you are very correct. I will say though, as someone who just got into Magic very recently, I did get dragged in by a friend, and that friend had a dad who was playing in his youth, and so that friend literally inherited the Magic gene.
It's very purpose. One does not simply become a Magic player.
It's okay. I will bring my Magic cards to your place next
No,
time,
I'm
and
good.
you will see.
I'm
You'll
okay.
see. Okay, listen. The pipeline for me is because they showed me one of the recent sets, and like it's all cute, furry woodland creatures.
But I'm very peculiar about my specific aesthetics, though. I don't know. I'm picky.
I'm so weak. Have you ever read the Redwall books as a kid?
Oh, red what? I don't think so.
Redwall, the little mouse with a sword that goes on adventures
I don't think so.
to protect his home. Yeah, well, that was a big part of my childhood. So I went feral. Like that was my gateway drug.
Oh boy. Yeah. Wow. Wait, did you ever play Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh then? Was I correct about those waves?
I did play Pokemon. Actually, I was saved from Pokemon by Magic.
Saved from? I don't know. If Pokemon's my base, I feel like
Pokemon.
I think Pokemon's safer. It's more of a community. You know, I think the Magic community is very niche and close knitted.
Pokemon feels like we are all trying to collect art, and then there are the scalpers that are sitting on the top, and it feels
Are there
like
no
I will never
scalpers for
get
Magic? There's scalpers for Magic.
Yeah, but like usually you'll find the card that you want, and it's not gonna be like $1,000.
Okay. Wait, how expensive? Aren't there really expensive Magic cards as well, though?
I mean, yeah, there's always like super expensive ones because they're super old, like a Black Lotus, and that one's like obscenely expensive. But usually, like the expensive cards, the prices usually cap out at about like $100.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
Not
compared
like
to
Pokemon, where it's like several thousands.
Ah, I see. Wait, as a TCG player, if someone said that their hobby is TCG, would you be impressed by that? Does that have rizz to you?
No.
No. No respect? You're not like one of us.
Okay, look, if someone told me straight up that their hobby is TCGs, I would not be impressed. But if I watch them play, like, okay, so I'm only recently like new to Magic, right? And I'm not very dexterous with my hands, but I went to an event recently with Magic players, and the way that they handle the cards, like, I found it very cool. Like, I dare say it was even a little bit hot. The way that like they're able to sleeve their cards so fast.
Like,
Like it's attractive to me. It's just that dexterousness, you know? And I'm like, whoa. And also like sometimes when people like play cards and it's like so intentional, and when they read it out loud, like I play this thing and this means that you do the thing, and it's like, whoa, you're so cool. That was such a good play. Whoa, you built your deck. That was so smart. And it's just the way that they handle cards. I don't know how to put it. It's like, wow, you're so knowledgeable about this thing, and you know.
I think being good at anything is very very interesting. The deck's just what I imagine someone. I guess I get impressed by people shuffling cards well, so I guess that's similar.
You gotta see them sleeving their cards, bro. It's just so smooth. It's so cool, and the sound that it makes, like, it's like, whoa.
Why do you need to unsleeve your cards? Why can't you just keep the sleeve on?
Because it's very hard to explain, but it makes sense. I promise.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
It's very hard to explain.
Okay, what would you put TCGs as then?
Oh, like a C tier.
A C tier, even with all that? I feel like you have both sides, right? Yeah, as a general, in general, not even the skills and the cool sleeve, unsleeving can't bump into a B tier.
It's a C tier. Okay, look, it's a C tier on rizz because unless you're also into TCGs, this is gonna be a really hard person for you to date. Cause listen, it's gonna be so hard for them to not info dump at you about cards and new sets and strategies and synergies, and sometimes you just get locked into like a cutscene. It's an unskippable cutscene, and if you're not into it, it's an unskippable cutscene. You don't want to be around that. And also, they're gonna be going to events all the time, and you're gonna be very lonely, okay? Because TCGs are a lifestyle. It's not just something that you can put away. Like like at night, you're gonna be like, oh, is he talking to other girls? No, he's just thinking about his Highlander deck.
How can I compete with the Highlander deck?
How can I compete with his one-turn win?
I think that's a bit intense. I don't know if this is the normal TCG.
And also, bad at money. They're gonna spend so much money on the TCGs. And they have a gambler mentality. It's 50-50. You either get the rare card or you don't. You don't want to invite that into your life willingly.
Oh, I hate gacha, okay? I'll put it down to C.
And I say this as someone who's into the hobby, okay? This is part self-deprecation.
Let me say, as an outsider, I was putting it as a positive because if someone's into their hobby, and generally, I don't think it's toxic, and I think it doesn't have negative traits associated with it. So listening to someone yapping about it was fine. That wasn't worrying for me. But I don't know how many events there are. Or how much of a time commitment, but you lost me at gacha. I hate gachas. If someone didn't let me open their cards, then I would get offended, I think.
I think that okay, it depends on what TCG. If it's Pokemon, they probably won't let you handle their cards. If it's Magic, they probably wouldn't mind, because Pokemon players are very, very, very careful with their cards.
Alright, C for card, I guess.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to my fellow TCG bros. I didn't mean to do us dirty like this.
I know now. For future reference, everyone knows now. TCGs are a C-list at rizz.
Unless you also play TCG. In that case, that's an S tier.
For the general population, C tier. Understood. That's a big jump. That's a big jump.
Because then you can be a couple together on Commander Night, and then you can team up against everyone else.
This multiplayer, you can team up.
Yeah, the most popular Magic the Gathering format is Commander. It's a 1v1v1v1.
Huh? So it's not a 2v2?
No, it's a 1v1v1v1. One of you have to die at the end.
Isn't that... What's the difference? I feel like this is a Monopoly situation. Can you really win in that situation?
Yeah, but then you can be like, oh, babe, I'll build the best. Oh, babe, I'll build the best deck for you.
Alright, wait, one thing I want to
So
know
you
about
win.
TCG. One thing I want to know about TCG is, you know how people build decks, right? You normally have one playable deck. Does that mean even if you have good cards, you can lend it to someone else if they need it to make their specific deck?
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's cute. That's cute.
Right? It's like, oh, hey, babe. You can borrow my doubling season.
Thanks! No, sure, that sounds cool. Let's go with that. Alright, the next B tier one is chess.
Yes.
It's chess.
Huh?
Chess.
Hmm.
Chess.
Hmm.
Chess.
Hmm. Hmm.
I don't know how to play chess, so this is also from just like a general perspective. Are you a chess player, Neg?
I had a chess phase.
Alright, lay it on me. My opinion.
B tier is like all of my hobbies.
Called Neg mid tier in the nicest way possible. Chess for me is you play a lot and it's really just about, it's very similar to gaming, right? Where you just have to learn everything and then just be able to like think about different strategies. But I think it's one of those things where one does not simply get into chess, and if you have a friend or you're just playing casually with someone, if you're playing easy on them, it's very easy to tell.
Yeah.
And there's no multiplayer, so it's not really a hobby you can like play with someone if they're not at your level. And because chess is very decisive about like how good you are and your skill base, it's really, if you play against someone a lot, it's just like a very definitive, oh yeah, I'll probably win this. Right? So it's not a hobby you can share. And then the sweaty people, I think, for chess is just online. So you're just playing chess constantly, online ranking. And supposedly the community is very toxic.
It's very toxic. It's very, very
which
toxic.
is ironic because I think it's supposed to be very intellectual, but I don't think
I don't think it's very intellectual. I think chess is like It's the same game over and over, and you memorize openings, and you're like,
Yeah.
oh, this person's probably gonna do this next. Like I stopped playing chess because it was the same thing over and over again, and it's a lot of homework. But I will say though, there is one potential rizzy thing: is if you're better at chess than someone, you can teach them how to play chess.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
hey, boy. You should move your knight to d6. Oh, why? Because then the king is open, and look, your thingy thing is looking at the thingy thing. Oh yeah, you're getting so good at chess.
Neg on an imaginary date right now.
With myself.
Chess, yeah. I think from an outsider's perspective, the big risk for me was people who play chess with like old people in parks in a casual setting. That's very cute to me.
Yeah, that's very, very cute.
That's
I like
very
that.
cute. It's just one of those skills where like if you don't take it too seriously, it's very cool to have, and it's just like interesting. It's I compared it to Rubik's Cube, but cooler. Well, it's really just like a combination that you learn, and then you have a perceived skill level at it. But you can't go up in rizz levels very high for being very good at chess. Like even if you're a grandmaster or whatever, it's very much like I don't know enough or care enough about it, and I'm sure that's cool for you.
Yeah, it's very much like a cool.
Okay.
cool, bro. Nice. And like once again, it's the same game over and over again. So you can't just ask them, "Wow, how did you win?" They're just gonna give you like a list of I moved my pawn to G76 sixth.
Yeah. So as it's a skill, I respect it mostly because I don't understand it and I'm not very good at it. But then it's also like there's opportunities for you to like flex that skill in a cute and casual way. So that's why it's a B tier for me. Even if you're a grandmaster, you would still be a B to me. That's the limits of chess. The limitations of chess rizz.
I agree.
Yeah. Wait, so you like it in B tier?
Yeah, I agree. It doesn't have gambling associated.
Yep. At least there's that. Is there a gacha chess game? Is there no anime chess game version? I swear they're making an anime version for everything.
Is that not just Fire Emblem?
Fire Emblem has chess in it?
Fire Emblem is chess, isn't it?
No? What?
It's like a tactics game, like...
Oh, I guess,
No?
well then, couldn't you say... Isn't Fire Emblem gameplay like Arknights-ish? No? Isn't that just tower defense vibe?
No, it's not tower defense. It's you move your pieces around. It's like if chess pieces had HP.
I see. Oh, you know what chess would, if it exists, would be really cool? If there was the Harry Potter chess. That seems cool.
Oh yeah, that seems really cool.
Oh yeah, I would nerd out to Harry Potter chess.
Alright, what's the next thing you've got? Is that my mind?
I expanded it to all rhythm games, by the way, just in general. But yeah, rhythm games in general, B tier.
Oh. I mean, I feel like rhythm gaming is very similar to regular gaming.
No, but they touch grass. There's more, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy with it at B tier, cause like I do have a friend and she's met a lot of people by playing my in arcades. Yeah.
There's also more casual ones. I think there's a lot of investment because it costs a lot of money to get into arcade games. There's also Osu, right? As well. It's like a lot of there's a lot more community, and I think people in general, because it's very much like a single player game where you can play with someone at the same time but you don't affect each other, there's more community and it's a lot more wholesome than other games, if you know what I mean.
I get that. And I guess it's like also the physicality of it. It is really cool to see someone go absolute insane mode with their feet going really fast.
Yeah. And it's also something where like you can enjoy with someone else at any skill level. Yeah, because even like high level players sometimes struggle with lower maps just because they're not used to it as well. Yeah. As a rhythm gamer.
I think it's pretty rizzy.
Yeah. Rhythm gamers are gamers who actually work out. There's also always like a lot of different ones. So if you're like into rhythm games in general, there's always a lot of fun ones to try.
Oh, there's some rhythm games are really just like I could not wrap my head around Sound Vortex. Like what the heck are these knobs and dials?
It's a lot. There was like a really cute. There's some games. What's it? The one I tried in Japan. There's the dancing one. Have you tried the dancing one?
I've seen the dancing one. Dancing around, I think.
Is that what it's called? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I know it though.
There's also like the Opta something Symposia game. I think it's pretty popular in Asia, where it looks like a piano and it has very like classical aesthetics. Very, very aesthetic. I enjoy it. Anyway, yeah. B tier, yeah? Yeah. Okay, the next one is Lego.
I have no opinion on this.
You have no opinion on Lego?
I have genuinely no opinion on Lego. Because, like, okay, so I think people who are into Lego are very similar to the people who are into figure collecting.
I thought figure collecting below Lego, to be honest.
Really? Because like, the thing with Lego is, like, you build it once.
Yeah. They just leave it there. Yeah. No, but you don't build figures.
Okay, fine, then Gunpla. I guess, like, do you count Gunpla in your Lego?
I would say that I would put Gunpla a little higher because this Lego has a lot more, like, each set costs a lot more.
Yeah, and also like you don't really get to express creativity either. Because with Gunpla, there's a lot of like, you do a lot extra, you know.
Yeah,
You gotta
yeah,
put
yeah, yeah.
makeup on your gun.
That was the main thing. I think most people who are very into Lego just save up to buy a kit and then finish the kit. And then
And then
display
they forget
it.
about it. Yeah.
And you can't touch it, otherwise they'll get mad, kind of wise, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Once again, I feel like it's a very money-heavy thing. I would put it in C tier next to figure collecting. I think, personally, I think it's the same thing.
Okay, I could be convinced. True. But also, if someone is into... It's the building part of it, because that means they can follow instructions and they have the patience, right? And the commitment to finish a build. Because personally, I don't have that. So that's why I respect it.
That is true. They are purchasing like a one-time puzzle. But
Yeah.
then like why do they get so mad if you touch it? Like what do you mean? We can just redo the puzzle again. It was so fun the first time, am I right?
Sometimes pieces go missing, I guess.
Oh, that's true.
But then there's also like the chill ones, because there was like the whole trend with the flower Legos that everyone was saying was like really like the go-to Valentine's item last year, wasn't it? Do you know about it? Like all the flower kits that Lego were producing?
I think I've seen it, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess it is it is a relaxing hobby. It's sort of like, oh, follow instructions,
Yeah.
do a Lego set, relax yourself, drink some hot chocky.
Also, it's cooler than just doing puzzles. I enjoy puzzles, but puzzles are also inconvenient because you can't start and stop because they just take up so much space as well. Lego, they come in like little packets and kits, right? So normally you can start and stop it.
Oh, true. Yeah, Lego's instruction books, they have like good, well-defined stopping points.
Yeah.
Mm.
So it's not like someone will crawl out of the cave after like 1 week of no contact.
Yay!
Oh, I have finished it!
I think
There's
I
also
don't know.
custom Lego kits, though I don't know that many people. I've never heard too much about it, but there are people who do custom builds for it. Yeah.
custom builds are way cooler than
Yeah, yeah,
instruction
yeah.
books. So maybe like if we include the custom build people, I'm happy to keep it in B tier.
Huzzah! Alright,
Hooray!
convinced. Alright, the next one...
Beekeeping?
Okay, to be fair, it was an internet meme. You know beekeeping age? That meme?
Beekeeping age?
Yeah, it's like a synonymous with like DILFs, I think, right? That's like beekeeping age. Also, I think in general, it's a very, I don't know why Google recommends it a lot to people. It's on a lot of hobbies for people over 30 lists.
Why? Why?
I have no idea.
Gonna turn 30, gonna keep these.
It's like, I think it's like keeping, I thought of it as like slightly cooler than having pet chickens and selling eggs.
I think having pet chickens is less terrifying. I think
But don't you respect the fact that they keep bees? Oh, honeybees also don't sting. It depends on what type of bees you have. Honeybees are cute and round.
I respect the beekeeping. I think beekeeping is like extreme gardening. I want to put it into A tier because like if someone told me that they keep bees, I don't even know how I would react. Like I can't even imagine.
The rizz, just for pure like unfathomableness of it. Okay.
Yeah, like I don't even know how it ended up in B tier to be honest. Like why is it B tier? It's so keeping bees is so cool.
Because well, people were saying that to keep bees you need a lot of space for it because you know you need like a yard and stuff. For me, it's a B tier because
Bees.
it's a very it's a very time intensive hobby, I think. And to me, because maybe
I'm gonna spray my bees.
cause you basically it's pet keeping but with risks. Because if you don't keep your bees happy, they will move to a different beehive.
Oh my god, it's like Animal Crossing Village. They will leave.
Exactly. So that's why I think beekeeping people are very intense because I feel like they would be heartbroken if their bees rejected them.
I mean, but that's the same as like pet owners, right? I think beekeeping is very hardcore. If someone keeps bees, they also have to be really gentle with their hands when they're handling the queen, and also you get fresh organic honey, and you know that someone is kind to animals if they like bees, if they can keep bees.
True.
The bees have accepted them.
I guess this is why most people say that beekeeping is high rizz. All right. So that's A.
Rizz.
Rizz. All right. The other thing I put in B tier that's is coffee. It's just as a hobby.
I agree with this because some coffee people are so obnoxious. Like, I once went to a friend's house who has coffee as their hobby, and when they were like, "Oh, Neg, welcome to my home. Would you like me to make you a coffee?" And I said, "Yes." And I
Did you put
asked for sugar in my coffee. They were so offended.
Yeah.
It's like they care so much about how I drink my coffee. Like, look, buddy, I'm happy that you made me the coffee. I'm happy that you have all this cool coffee gear. But let me drink my coffee the way I want to drink it, okay? And the thing is, it was so hot and I wanted it to cool. And then they were offended again because they're like, no, you have to drink it while it's hot.
Yeah. Oh, we can put aquariums. I'll add aquariums in later. Someone's suggesting aquariums add to the list. Shit, that is a very cool hobby. Okay, so the thing with coffee is I've done a lot of research into it. And yes, I really hate being told how to drink my coffee, but I understand there's like a little bit of an art form it. There's an art form, and I know I'm biased towards art. But also, you should respect other people's tastes. The thing with coffee is, compared to other similar hobbies, like wine tasting and like teas and stuff, where it's like very much flavor profile, and people say like it's artistic and you can make your own blends and stuff. But coffee is not as versatile and different flavor profiles as the other categories of like wine and stuff. But the people who are into coffee treat it like it is like a bigger thing. Because the thing with coffee is most of them come from two different beans. And there used to be some exploration and different variances in like roasting, but they've basically figured out like the min-max and like the best possible combination, and most of it is computerized now. So most blends basically, taste the same. Only difference would be where specific locations where the beans are grown. Or if you have a very interesting blend, because most beans, 95% of all coffee beans are like two different types of beans. Arabica and Robusta, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, now I know.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I hear people say, "Oh, this is good coffee. Oh, this coffee kind of sucks," and I'm just like, I don't know, it tastes the same to me.
Yeah, people who have coffee as a hobby are normally the type that will judge you for how you drink coffee. And that's not the vibe. I'm sorry. We're biased because we like to drink sugar and milk in our coffee, so yeah, we can't.
I would put an ice cube in an espresso.
Not compatible. Ice cube and an espresso. You can drink black coffee still, though? You can drink black coffee?
No.
Some coffee elitists even buy coffee beans that went through a civet digestive system, and somehow it's popular and expensive for them.
Oh, coffee luck.
Yeah, look, but that used to be a big thing when the brewing coffee type was different. Like, only within the last few years have like people been brewing coffee at lower temperatures, which means that there is more of a sour taste and fruity flavor profile. Because most people before that drink coffee like the Italian way with espressos and dark shots, so that's why you have more of a burnt taste, and there's different profiles there. But the drinking, what's it, civet, whatever, Loac coffee was supposed to imitate the flavor profiles that you can get with a lower roast and like slower like blends of cooking the coffee, which is more normal. That's why you get like more cappuccinos and milk flavors. Anyway, I digress. As someone who went on a deep dive on it, yeah, B tier.
Yeah, B tier.
Cool.
I glazed over. I'm like, oh,
Coffee and blend.
beans.
If you like your coffee black, go ahead.
Okay.
C tier.
C tier.
Figurines.
Yeah, I have nothing else to say about that. I agree. Listen, okay? I am also someone who has collected some figures over time, and I think a lot of the time with figures, it just ends up becoming garbage when you're no longer into the thing anymore.
Yeah.
Sentimental value can only last you for so long.
Yeah, but do you collect figurines of things you like? Because there's people who approach it more like art figures. Like, you know how, like, art collectibles are a really big thing? Because I respect it in the fact that there's the comparison, which I think is really interesting, because pop art is a very big thing, right?
Oh, yeah.
Which
Pop
I
art.
think...
I like some of the designs.
Yeah, I like the designs, but I think it's what figurines want to be. Because at least with, like more expensive figurines, a lot of people like who are really into the hobby care about like the make and the paint quality and like artistic decisions they have, which is what art toys I thought was supposed to be. But I feel like that one is more gacha and like the serotonin film culture and just owning something and trinkets rather than figurines, right?
Yeah, I think a lot of the time with figurines, it really is just about owning something, and I don't really like that.
There is craft.
Because
There's
a lot
art.
of the time, if you like the make and if you like the paint job, then you should just get into painting Warhammers yourself.
No, get into garage kits. That's the intense version of
Yeah,
figurines.
get into garage kits. Because that I would put in a higher tier.
Yeah,
But, like,
I agree with that.
Just collecting figures, it
people,
feels like
it's-
a waste of money.
I think it's similar to artists who collect like artworks and commission artists, right? Because there's people who collect figurines and don't know the source material at all and just like the designs of it, which I think is a very interesting
true.
thing.
True. I think that's pretty valid.
Yeah.
Like, I just think it's pretty. And that also comes under like, you know, home decor and sort of appreciating art.
But in general, considering everything, it's a C tier.
Yeah, considering everything, it still is C tier because then you have the really intense people.
Yeah. And then the people who collect only you know, the interesting ones. Which I respect. You do what you want. I don't appreciate it.
I also don't appreciate. I think anyone who, I do not think most people would find it rizzy.
Yeah, that's what I was like. I think that would very much scare most people away.
I also think so. You know, in Japan, you go to what's that store called with the secondhand anime goods?
Rasenban?
Yeah, Rashinban. There's like the
fact that I knew.
there is the spicy figures, and every time I go there and I see them, because it's secondhand, in my brain I can't help but think, those are used figures.
What? Why would you use figures? Okay, maybe I don't want to know. The aesthetics. Appreciate the aesthetics. Moving on.
Yeah, you have to appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yes. League of Legends.
I was biased in this. I know. To me, this is my TCG. Okay, Neg? This is my TCG.
I appreciate it.
Because if someone else says that they play League of Legends, I automatically get excited, and then it's only downhill from there. So that's why it's at C, because that's my first reaction. But if we go all round, maybe a D, but I have faith.
Okay, there's that. If it's someone who enjoys League of Legends for the lore,
Yeah, I think also
That's
League of
pretty
Legends also
vague.
includes
Yeah.
a lot of other things. Because there's like other games associated with it as well. So she says,
Legend of Runeterra! Hooray! I also
Exactly.
played that.
There's also spin-off indie games and stuff, and there's like the fighting game that's coming out. I guess you could consider that under the League of Legends brand. I also enjoy watching esports a lot, even though I don't play like as much.
I get that.
Yeah, the music is good too. Agreed.
You can see that the company pours a lot of love into the IP, and that is something that I can really respect.
At least some of them. At least a certain the creative team for sure.
The creative team definitely pours a lot of art into
I'm
it.
tempted to drop it down because they introduce more gacha into it, but yeah, I just wanted to put it higher than Valorant, to be honest, because League of Legends has casual gameplay modes, and there's people who only play the casual game modes, but there's no Valorant player who doesn't play that only plays casually, like the game modes.
I had a bad experience with Valorant.
Also, Valorant FPS games, it's very highly people expect you to do voice comms, and that means that you have less. There's no way to avoid the toxic community, and so that means if you play the game, you at least are by association or just by influence of your surroundings are have the toxic community around you. Which League of Legends, you can mute people, and that's
I get that.
So that's why
I know nothing about Valorant, but all I remember is that people who are addicted to Valorant are so addicted to Valorant.
But that's most games, I think. It's like a Stockholm syndrome of most games.
That's true.
Guilty by association. I tried a game in the open mics with throwing slurs. Yeah. Valorant, most people use mics, and that's why it's super scary. There's no open mic on League. Nope. There's only open chat, and you can just mute all chat.
All you need are pings.
Yeah, and you can mute pings as well.
Hooray!
Hooray! Alright, the only one on the list we haven't done at the moment, is Thonks. D tier.
No,
I would put it lower. I would put it lower if I could, because that's barely a hobby.
F tier.
Supposedly, there's people who say that they do treat it as similar to a game, and they don't get affected by it. But I feel like
I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
You're saying you lose money and you don't have any emotional reaction to it. Then what? Then that means that you still get serotonin when it goes up.
Right?
I feel like it's so close to getting a job. It just the only difference is you don't have the capital to consider it your day job.
Yeah,
it's just so stressed.
You don't get a salary from this.
Yeah. Yep, D tier. Alright,
D tier.
Okay, we finally caught up. So this is the ones that I haven't ranked yet. And the first one is reading, which honestly, I don't know if guys do as much. All the girls I know who are... Oh, I guess if we include manga and stuff.
Okay, if we don't include manga, I would say I think reading is a solid S tier.
Yeah.
Because it shows that they're open-minded to...
I think the most popular genre... Oh, wait, no. Hold up. The most popular for fun reading, I think for guys, is science fiction, right? For girls, it would be romance.
I guess so.
I don't think it's a very popular hobby for guys, though. It's very popular for girls. I swear the only books I've seen people, guys read on the train is either a self-help book.
Self-help books? No, I swear. That's the only kinds of books that I see people read in public.
I swear, so many people read self-help books in public, and honestly, go improve yourself. I support you. Or it's classics. A lot of people read classics out in public, and I'm like, are you actually enjoying that? Because I read classics every once in a while, but the mass isn't checking out there.
Yeah, I feel like the classics are stuff that makes you look good if you read. Look, I enjoy my garbage books sometimes, okay? I've been trying to read more lately, but it's just my attention span has been so shot.
Yeah, I agree.
And
I
I'm
feel
always
that.
so stressed. And so, someone who's able to sort of, set aside everything for a couple hours a day or a couple hours a week to just read a good book, immerse themselves in a narrative, I think that's very attractive.
Yes. S tier!
S tier!
Yeah. I could never. Alright, cars.
Cars! I know nothing about cars.
Me neither. There's different levels of cars.
Qualified.
Do you respect people? What would you think if someone said that they were into cars? Blair.
I would assume that we are two completely different types of people. I would respect them.
I respect that you can drive at least. Yeah.
I can't even drive, bro.
Very much complete opposites from who we are. But I think it's very similar to the tech mindset, right? Because people who like improve the cars are very into the aesthetics of it and also the tech. It's the similar mindset, I think.
But also people who are like mechanics, you know, like I feel like it's got that lumberjack appeal, but I'm not really into like the macho man aesthetic, you know?
There is a very much aesthetic that I do not get rizzed by for it.
Yeah, but some people really like the macho man aesthetic.
Oh, I used to really enjoy that Pimp My Ride show, the MTV. But more just because of how crazy the random cars they made were.
That is true. That is true. But then, like, it's literally just the car version of MTV Cribs,
Which we also watched and thoroughly enjoyed.
I think I just like being nosy into other people's business.
It's very much. What is the peak build?
The peak build for your particular tastes.
I will put into B and then bump it down just because not for me. If it's going personal, otherwise in general, B tier.
Yeah, I'd say B tier. I think it goes next to the mechanical keyboards, but it's definitely a higher barrier to entry. Like you really gotta know what you like to get into it.
Yeah, some girls are into that. Some girls are impressed by car. Wait, are they impressed by like just cars in general, or is it just more cars as a status symbol? Because I don't understand cars as a status symbol. That's
Yeah,
not
I don't
te-
understand
That's
cars
not
as a status
hobby.
symbol.
That's not a hobby. You can't have cars as a status symbol and then also be a hobby because that's just buying stuff. And that's just capitalism.
Stonks.
That's capitalism. Capitalism can't be a hobby. Alright. Bouldering. I guess we can include rock climbing even though it's very two distinctive things. But that's a very popular thing at the moment, bouldering.
Yeah, actually, it's very popular. It's very popular in the tech crowd as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I would be afraid. I would be afraid that if I was dating someone who liked bouldering, I'm afraid that one day they're just gonna disappear into the mountains.
No, but
and
don't
die.
most people to do bouldering like carry like a it looks like a mattress, right? Or like safety thing with them? No?
I get it depends on the person, but I think there are a lot of people who go bouldering, they just kind of go.
Oh, really? I respect
Yeah.
rock climbing. I think rock climbing is cool. I'm kind of scared of heights, so I've never been into it. But as a hobby, I respect it. I never understood bouldering because it just it
It sounds dangerous.
it sounds dangerous in a more intense version of rock climbing.
But I understand the vibe of like I want to go adventuring. Like people who do bouldering, very adventurous.
But is it cool?
spirits.
Would you say it's cooler than hiking then? Because there's people who do hiking.
I'd say it's at like the same amount of coolness, but I would say it's different types of rizz. For bouldering, this is someone who will grab your hand and like run into adventure while dragging you along. You know, it's a whirlwind life. Whereas someone who likes hiking, this is someone who will hold your hand and you will walk together and enjoy the scenery together, and then they will support you as you go up.
Okay, I think my biased opinion is, I guess that explains why I think hiking has more risk than bouldering. As a second opinion, well, yeah, I would put them on different tiers, but maybe that's just taste. So maybe they do belong on the same tier then, right?
Yeah, I think they do belong in the same tier because it's both like outdoorsy and it's not like running. You actually go somewhere.
There is personality to it.
There is a person. No, like you're running. You just do the 5Ks.
Running. Alright. So I guess B? Would you say it's higher? Does it deserve higher? I'll find a picture for hiking as well.
I don't know. I think it's a B tier. I don't feel strongly about this.
Well, you can say that they have a community. It's a community hobby as well, right? Which is cool.
They do have a community, but then it's sort of like, would you really want to go hiking with strangers? Or people
True.
you don't
Also
really
fishing,
know
similar
well?
to fishing. That It's like a whole day affair, I think, as well, right?
Yeah.
Alright, hold
Maybe
on.
we can put it in A tier. Because it is like an activity that you can do together.
But that also depends if you like it. Right? Okay, hold up.
But I feel like anyone can go for a hike at least once in their lives, right?
Well, would you get the same would anyone? No, I don't think you can get any enjoyment out of watching someone climb a rock.
Yeah, if you watch your loved one climb a rock, I wouldn't get excitement. I would get anxiety.
Just for like the accessibility and the low entry level, I think hiking just goes higher, even though it's like for rizz in general, right?
Yeah,
in a
I
general
agree.
sense. Yeah,
I
yeah.
agree. I agree.
What about gymming as a hobby? Oh, I'll add that in as well. Hello, folk. All right. The next one. Don't be fooled by the image, okay? Don't be fooled by the image. That's
Final Fantasy, huh?
It's Final Fantasy. Have you heard the critically acclaimed MMORPG fantasy?
I'm breaking up. Oh no, I have to go to sleep.
But I included this as in general MMORPGs because I feel like despite what everyone says, most MMORPGs are very much a thing, and I feel like it's one of those things that you have to also play it, otherwise you don't understand. Because it's very much a lifestyle decision at certain points in time.
Yeah, I'd say it goes in for the general public. I'd say it goes in a C tier. Like you will never be more important than this person's raid static.
I think it's as close as SAO as you can be because they're basically living an entirely different life.
Yeah,
online, right?
And if you find that cool, then that's cool, right? But like, unless you are actively engaged in this person's MMORPG life, like, that is a whole different time scale that you have to compete with.
Yeah. I have played MMORPGs, but I always play for like smaller like get really into it for like a few months and then I drop it.
Oh, me too.
Because I like the social vibe. I like the social vibes of it. I like the story part. I play like a story game because once I get into like a later stage thing where it's more of a social activity and a lifestyle and people get into raids together, I can't get into that, to be honest.
Yeah, and then like there's the housing market auctions. Like, oh my god.
Yeah, it
becomes a job.
Yeah, once there's dailies and stuff, I'm not that into it. Yeah. That's a commitment. I respect people who can have that commitment, but lifestyle. Alright, I'm adding a picture for it next. Someone requested we add gymming. Just gymming as...
Just going to the gym?
Just going to the gym. Which, I don't know. I feel like there's people who min-max it and are very into it. But I feel like I've never met someone who's into gymming who also isn't very finicky about their food. And as someone who enjoys food, it kind of is depressing for me. Like about gains and stuff, like being restricted of what you eat. Because there's a big thing that like people who are really into like at least bodybuilding, isn't that like low-key eating disorder, but just on a different side of the scale?
Whoa, that is a very hot take. But I kind of...
You know where I'm coming from, right?
I really do know where you're coming from. Like, once again, I think gymming is one of those, like, you have to also be in the hobby with them, otherwise you're gonna feel so left out.
Yeah.
And also, there's also the added side of they will make you feel bad about your own lifestyle.
I think even if it's not on purpose, right?
Yeah,
I feel guilt
like,
trip myself. I
should eat like them, but then they're like just eating raw chicken breast. Okay, not raw, like unflavored chicken breast.
I think gymming just has a very bad reputation in general, unless you're in the hobby itself. This is people who like to gym also figure out with nutrients. Yeah, it's gymming and then There's people who do it casually, but I wouldn't consider it a hobby. Very similar to like running, where it's more like they do it for exercise sake. But for me, people who consider gymming a hobby, it's more of a lifestyle choice as well. And then they let it affect other facets of their life, and then how they interact with people. Which is when I start going, ooh, let me make my own decisions. Well, you look cool, though.
Yeah, but
yeah,
this isn't all about how you look.
That appearance does not equal rizz.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes.
In general.
Yeah, in general, rizz is about how...
It's more of a, let's see. A vibe. It's a vibe.
Yeah, it's a vibe.
Appearance, rizz can be lost by a simple ick.
This is so true. This is so true. When the piano guy whips out his da 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 da.
That is savable. That you can save that.
Maybe, but it's not savable. You say, oh yeah, I'm really good at the piano.
Yeah, but if they also do it as a joke, that's also could be considered a rizz. Especially if they're just downplaying how good they are as well, you know.
True.
Oh yeah. All right. I personally will put it in a C or D tier. To be honest, I feel like it's also because gym people also play a lot of Valorant. That's my impression. I think that they're close together.
Oh my god, you're biased.
I'm slightly biased. I feel like all the D tiers are very in a Venn diagram. So we'll bump it up just so it's not all together. I would bump it to maybe a C.
You know what? Let's put gymming next to running. I'd say gymming and running go together.
They're very similar. They're very similar. How there's like two sides to it. Yeah. Forgot to mention I feel attacked.
They feel attacked hearing plain chicken.
You can't season, guys. I don't think seasoning has too much impact on the nutritional value. You can get them gains and have flavor. There's a lot of history. People fought really hard for spices. Don't give up on it now.
There were wars.
There were wars. I would also like to mention audiophile, probably similar to keyboards and cars. Audiophiles for me, there's the trifecta. Mechanical keyboards, audiophiles, and calligraphy go hand in hand. But they're all fountain pen specifically. It's a very common like hobby that because all of them are very expensive.
I think I know someone like that fits the trifecta. I think I know two people that fit. Oh my god!
It's very closely related. That is also another Venn diagram. There's like the tech bro. I think it's very tech bro Venn diagram where they're into that. And then there's also like the Stonks Valorant Gym bro Venn diagram. Those are the two trifectas.
Oh no. I might fit into like the TCG chess trifecta somewhere.
Is there three?
There must be a trifecta for me, so I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it.
Yeah. For that, I think those three hobbies is you're just researching and then you spend a bunch of money at a certain point in time.
So true.
But there's this community, I guess, with it. But I think they all fit in the same tier because they're very similar in types. The only thing that differentiates themselves is you can't only do that hobby because there's not enough content. That's why there's a trifecta. It's the same thing in different fonts, guys.
This is true. It's all just spending money in fancy fonts.
Research and then spending money in fancy fonts.
It's min-maxing basic things in your life.
And then having bragging rights. And then there's a little artistic touch flair to it of like putting personalization and optimization of like what is the best ink color. Yeah. Okay.
Aquariums are S tier. I love fish.
know how I feel about aquariums. I like going to aquarium. Wait. When I go to aquariums, I rate how tasty I think some things would be. Is this normal?
No!
Aquarium people get offended if I did that to their fish tank.
I think they would be very offended. Look, I love fish. I really like looking at the pretty fish that are going by. I think aquarium keeping has an artistic side to it. Like it's like beekeeping, but you get to arrange the aesthetics of your tank.
I
And then
play
there's
fishing
also like
games.
certain fish can go
Yeah.
together, but other fish cannot go together.
There's
and
artful,
the water has
yes.
to be the water has to be a certain temperature, the salinity has to be just right, and it's like personalizing your aquarium, but you have to be careful of not killing everything, and it's so delicate and precise. Like, I would say it's almost like bonsai, but with fish.
We could create ecosystems. I understand that because from a gardening perspective, there's also aquaponics, which is very science, and there's I like science rizz. So that's what I understand aquarium is. I understand it. I think the only time where aquariums throw me off is sometimes there's like ones with like really strong lights where I'm like, I don't know if this is good for the fish, and also it gives me vertigo for some reason.
Oh yeah, it's that like particular white blue light.
Yeah, is that
Hospital lighting. It
Was
makes
that-
you feel really sick.
Yeah, okay, it wasn't just me. So where would you put aquarium?
I want to put it in S tier because I like aquariums, so we can put it in A tier if you want.
I think it's on part. Maybe do I want to put it higher than beekeeping? I do like, cause I'm biased. There is more art form to it than beekeeping, but then you also get all the like characteristics of being able to nurture something. Cause fish are very picky as well. Okay, we'll put it in S tier. They're so picky.
Hooray! Another thing in S tier! Yay!
Honestly, this is a very well-rounded tier list. Huzzah! All right. I think I stand by our decisions. I think this is a great tier list of
I think
Riz.
this is good. I'm also sorry. I'm like low-key falling asleep.
Yeah, it's late. Thank you for joining me on the tier list. Do you have any final concluding comments?
Don't play Magic the Gathering. It will kill you.
It's a lifestyle. Make lifestyle hobby decisions wisely. Know what you're getting into.
This is true. This is you know my title is the hobby collector. So
I too.
I like to dabble in many different things, and I think the important thing is every hobby has its rizzy part.
As long as you have fun with it.
As long as you have fun and you're not gatekeeping people.
Something I think one of the most popular like answers to like what is your hobby that I've heard is a lot of people say that watching shows is their hobby. Watching TV is a hobby. And I have conflictions about that because
I also dislike that.
because unless you're very into the fandom, which I think is a very different thing altogether. I think if you're into a particular show is when you get into a fandom, but just in general, just no specific show, just watching stuff is very passive. And I guess you can have fun from it, but I think just having that's an absence of a hobby.
No, I would say media criticism and also like participation in
Yeah.
communities is also
That's a hobby, but I think that's no one just watches something in general. Maybe like you can get into say a hobby as like a genre, or you can be very into movies because there's like a different step of like effort, especially if you're going into movies or what's it, a movie file. I think if you're just watching TV shows, because most of the time it's like reality TV and stuff, which I enjoy on a certain level. But yeah. But yeah. Hobbies! May everyone have a good Valentine's. Now you know our opinions on different hobbies and how easily rizzed we are. Yay!
I feel like we share the same opinion on a lot of hobbies, and that gives me
Yes.
a lot of
I think
comfort.
this is the general opinion of anime hobby collector people. The truth is valid. We've tried a lot of different hobbies, so I think we have a very well-rounded view. Right?
Oh.
Cinephile. Oh yeah, that's the word.
We fall into the same Venn diagram.
Yeah.
We're in like a similar trifecta.
Yep. We're biased, but that is good data in itself. Yeah. Alright, I need to go to bed too.
I'm falling asleep.
Good night, Neg. Thank you so much for yapping with me. Good night.
Thank you for inviting me.
Of course. Good night. Alright.
Good night. I'll let you go say goodbye to the roomies. I'm so...
Yay! Wow. That was indeed a very rizzy Valentine's. I hope you guys learned a lot. And if anyone's looking for a new hobby, art is a very cool one, cooking is a very cool one, gardening is a very cool one, learning instruments is a very cool one, reading is very cool, and aquarium keeping is very cool. It's never too late to start a new hobby. Surprisingly, it went longer than I thought it would look. That's fun. Well, happy Valentine's to everyone. I cook pasta and draw much rizz henpai. Much rizz. Yeah. Alright, I really need to go to bed. I hope you guys have a good Valentine's. I hope you guys don't have to work like me. I don't think Valentine's is honestly not a very big deal for most people. Happy Valentine's. Good night, everyone. If it's daytime for you, I hope you have a good day. If it's nighttime, oyasuminasai. Yes. Good luck with all your stuff. Have a productive day.